Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on our today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we are doing today is going to be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure you're tapping that screen. I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, we will be doing a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question, how are you doing today? There are no wrong answers. I want to walk you through a little bit about where we are, what we've been seeing energetically right now, because it's a continuation of something that was happening when we were going through that very, very arduous retrograde season, when all of those planets were retrograde. Everyone was asking me continually, when is the retrograde season going to end? When is the retrograde season going to end? When is the retrograde season going to end? I want this to get easier. So I would like to know when the retrograde season was going to end. And I kept on telling everybody, every time they said that, I'm like, well, the retrograde season is going to take time. It's going to take a little bit of time to come out of it. But it's not going to necessarily be easier just because that season comes to an end point. Because one of the things you have to understand is it's not the fact that the retrograde season was coming out of retrograde. It was the order by which the planets were coming out of retrograde. And we're feeling a lot of that energetic intensity right now, specifically and particularly because, and I just want to bring this up, Jupiter retrograding in Cancer in combination with Uranus retrograding in Taurus is no joke. Those are some very intense planets to be in retrograde, and specifically the houses that they're in retrograde right now can be very, very hard in relationality to the perception and the context of the self. And we were feeling an amplification of that a few days ago when Venus was also tucked between Mercury and Mars. What is the energy that we can typically expect or anticipate that happens when we are going through a prolonged period of Jupiter in Cancer with Uranus retrograding in Taurus? And I want to point something out that's very important. Uranus, prior to going into retrograde, had moved into Gemini, right? So it's like that modality by which one feels like something is about to start, and then you feel energetically pulled back into something that doesn't necessarily feel like it's not moving in the direction that one would aspire or desire as it relates to one's own transformational goals or personal work of transformation. Jupiter in retrograde in Cancer is a conversation about the exploration of a healthy ego. It's the continuation of the understanding that the work that we do to have a healthy ego isn't the space by which we just say that we need to get rid of it. Everything that we have is a gift. The ability to identify the purpose by which we can carry something allows us to be able to honor it as we hold it forth and persist forward with it. And that's effectively what we see with Jupiter in Cancer in retrograde, because it's working through the pathwork of the crab, right? And a good way to kind of idealize or to think about the ego is very similar to what we see in the space of a crab that like removes its shell, right? When it becomes too hard, we remove it, but it doesn't mean that the crab doesn't have an ego anymore. There's always an ego beneath the ego. And the understanding or the work that we do to explore and understand ourselves allows us to have an ego that is flexible and adaptable. It energetically fits the form of what we carry within. And that's not, that work isn't easy, right? It's something that we perpetually have to work into the space of checking, right? And this is what we mean by checking your ego at the door, right? That doesn't mean the space. Like, that doesn't mean the space of not having one. It doesn't require one to take it off. It's making sure that it's in good shape, right? And this is what we effectively do. And one of the reasons that we do this, right? And this is the direct gift that we find when we do that work, is the work that we do to heal our egos allows us to build into the context of healthy relationship. Because when we have a healthy ego, what we appear on the outside is very resemblant to what others find within us. So that modality by which, again, it's not the space by which you enter a relationship, and it's the modality of feeling the surprise in terms of discovering the person underneath that, the outside, and being like, who are you, or where have you come from, right? This is how we heal. Because the more that we're able to effectively build into that space of joy, the joy that we feel within ourselves, that allows us to be in the context of being able to identify and recognize how we appear to others. That is the modality, but when another person gets to know us, it feels like a flourishing. It feels like an amplification, because it's not the space by which you feel like you lose the ego as you find the person, but that the ego unfolds because it was so resemblant of what we find within. But that journey, it's not easy, right? It requires a lot of work on the self. And this is also why we do our healthy work in terms of navigating shadow work. The ability to effectively identify and recognize those hard things that we carry within ourselves. But the modality by which we work to address our own energetic shadows is, again, proportional to how we heal partnership. Because, again, when we have those moments of working through anxiety or doubt or fear or uncertainty, right? We find the capability within ourselves to face them and explore them and even recognize what it is that we're working on doing better. But at the same time, and this is what we have to be conscientious about with a time like this same energy that is potentially allowing for the deepening, right? The deepening of energetically healthy connections, right? The ability to kind of work through the vulnerability that allows us to identify what it is that we're trying to transform within ourselves. For those that are not invested in doing this work, this can feel like shadow work central. This can feel like the modality by which another person sees another person moving in their joy and feels amplified in the fact that they're navigating the space of energetic misery, that they themselves haven't done that work to explore it. And so that's what's hard about this type of energy, because, and this is what we talk about in relationality to paying attention or working through the space of the energy, because the same thing, right? The same energy that allows one to be able to invest on the deeper exploration of the self. For someone that is not in the space of understanding the self, it becomes projection central. It's the space or place by which another person's energetic fears effectively allow them to move rampantly. So that's something that's really important to recognize if you're navigating this type of energy and it feels like it's something that is more energetically heavy for you. One of the things that we understand, and this is going to help you kind of fortify through this energetic cycle, is understanding that a healthy emotion has directions attached to it, right? Our modality of feeling, and this is what we just have to be conscientious about, feeling extremely hypersensitive, right? And that's what we see with Jupiter in Cancer in retrograde, right? It feels like a lot of vulnerability that comes forward in that capacity. That modality or that ability of feeling a lot of that vulnerability, but allowing for the vulnerability that effectively fortifies or helps one able to move forward in a way that feels like it's productive. This is something that allows for healthy communication, right? It allows for the ability to effectively understand the self better through the power of intention of healing. But, and I just need to stress this, it can also create the modality by which we are extra sensitive in the span by which we feel our feelings. So make sure that you're being compassionate in the sensitivity that one has on the emotions. And that does not require one, right? That doesn't require one to abandon the sensitivity that you feel. But the way that we make our sensitivity real to others is by explaining why it's important. So make sure that you're not being reactive in this energy. Make sure that you're in that modality of being ready to explore in order to understand one another better. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself. If you connect to masculine, feminine, or non-binary energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what you feel most aligned to. For a lot of masculine energy, we're effectively seeing that this is potentially the modality of understanding, that strength is not found via disassociation, right? And actually, the truth is that the ability to disassociate makes it harder to be able to explore the emotions. And this is what's potentially happening for a lot of the masculine energy doing that work. The modality by which they were made to feel in some way, shape, form, or fashion, that in order to inhabit masculinity, they had to learn how to disassociate, right? Because that is the modality by which we understand that we don't get stronger in something that we don't choose to do. And in fact, it's a disservice to the self when someone articulates to disassociate instead of feeling the things that one feels, because it doesn't allow the context of being able to be stronger in relationality to navigating an emotion that one is carrying. So we see that a lot of the energy right now is potentially invested in doing that work. And it's requiring, right? It's requiring the ability of having to stay energetically present, right? The ability to stay energetically present and still at a time where it almost feels like you can articulate or feel the emotional volatility that rises up when we're having energetically vulnerable conversations. But even in the modality by which we see a lot of the energy working in that capacity, we understand and recognize that for a lot of that energy, there's also a lot of anger that may be coming up at this time, because it almost feels like the energy that moves in that direction at the same time navigating the fear from counterpart, right, in relationality to others that they have experienced that have not been as invested in doing that work. That's what's so hard for the masculine that's working to heal in that capacity. It's almost like they feel like they have to shoulder an additional burden for all of the energy that came before them that wasn't invested in doing the work, right? It's a lot of that energetic intensity potentially, but this is what we mean, right? This is what we mean with Uranus and Taurus, the ability of understanding and recognizing that when we're trying to do something that we have never done before, we also feel the weight of shouldering the burden of trying to move something in the direction that feels like it's positive, even as it feels like an uphill battle every step of the way. This brings us to a lot of the feminine energy. And for a lot of the feminine energy right now, I feel like there's a lot of emotionality that's coming up in the recognition point in the difference between forgiveness and forgetfulness. The beauty of the word forgiveness is that it shows us the directions on what is required to forgive, right? The modality of for, which means something ahead of. The ability of understanding and giving, the act of giving, right? You forgive by receiving another person's ability to desire to forgive, the modality by which we put in the energetic directions, right? Forgiveness is the directions that we are given that allows the clemency in order to do something in a different way going forward. So we see that for a lot of the feminine energy, understanding that is potentially forgiving themselves for experiences in the past wherein they felt, where someone tried to convince them that forgiveness was forgetfulness. Because when you're going into the modality of looking at forgiveness as forgetfulness, it's a modality of someone that tries to articulate that you're not in your feminine if you're not forgetful enough, right? The modality of understanding that the forgiveness is not the act of just pretending that something didn't happen because it creates the surety that it will happen again, but rather the stated intention that another brings to us that allows one to understand and recognize the context of what is moving in a better direction. So we see that that's a lot of the energy of the feminine that's recognizing the valuation point that healthy forgiveness always has directions attached to it. And in the modality by which we understand and recognize the directions, that fortifies our own sense of energetic discernment in relationality to what is moving in a better direction versus something that we're energetically healing from. Now, this brings us to a lot of the non-binary energy. And we see that and it was interesting because doing the reading for non-binary energy yesterday, we saw that there was a lot of invested energy in recognizing the valuation point and the power of words. You can't change conversations by throwing words into them or pulling words out of them, because the ability to articulate, the power of words is such that there's a lot of energetic nuances attached into the spaces that we see. And even in that investiture, like we see that in the feminine energy, the understanding of looking in towards the space of understanding the directions that are attached to the word forgiveness, right? That ability of being able to identify and recognize not just the word, but the act that is embedded in the word that we utilize. There's a lot of that energy that is almost searching for new words right now, which is something that we would kind of expect with the energy that we see here. Because that modality or experience of being able to try to articulate upon the ephemeral helps us bring ourselves in closer understanding of ourselves. So we see that for a lot of the energy, that modality, potentially having a lot of conversations that are oriented not just in what we say, but what we mean in the space by which we say it. I also see that there's a lot of unconscious work that's potentially happening in modalities or experiences by which that energy is tried to work towards nuance, and another person has misunderstood them as being inscrutable. And there's a lot of weight or heaviness that we often feel in the modality of trying to articulate something that is very energetically specific, but in the modality by which you're trying to effectively identify ephemeral nuance and another person sees inscrutability, it sometimes creates that energetic rift of disassociation that we often feel in the modality of trying to convey something, but feeling that sense of not being able to convey it, which is, again, why we see this energy so invested in words in the first place. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack because we've got tarot class coming up this week. I would like to encourage you to join us tomorrow at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a study on the World card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up if you're just joining us for the first time. I do my best to give you a recap on everything that we've studied prior to beginning each class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relationality to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which give you updates on everything that we've been studying or seeing energetically in the cards. Just wrote one recently on this full moon that we experienced. There'll be one being released shortly. I mean, on the new moon that we've got coming up. I also want to let you guys know that you can also head over to my stack to learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August. I would like to invite you to join me as we travel to the locationality by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered, to be able to study the cards in the context of the culture that allowed the tarot to be able to grow and thrive. We'll be traveling to Italy, and everyone who participates in that tour will also be receiving one-on-one education on the tarot from me, and will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal journey and tell you what you need to be able to bring towards you to help you be most effective towards your tarot goals going forward. I also would like to encourage you and if you want to learn more about that, we also have a very special discount that's happening right now. Everyone who signs up will be receiving a $200 discount, but that is going away shortly, so make sure you do so sooner rather than later. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. As I mentioned, I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm also happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you'd like to get on the list for today, as I mentioned, you will be the 4th person read for. We are also at 2.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting that reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. How are you doing today, Ivana? So good to see you, and I've got you on the list as well. How are you doing, Per? Good to see you too. Tiff, Grand Rising, dear. Minnie, good to see you as well. And Grim, thank you so much for the follow. Nancy and Minnie, thank you for those heart me's. I appreciate them. Meg, and guys, just a reminder, if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card today as a subscriber, make sure that you're recharging your heart me's. That will also make you eligible for an animal spirit guide card. Thank you as well, Meg, for being here and receiving these messages. Welcome, Avatar, as well. Tracy, thank you so much for the follow. Alicia, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Jen. Bridget, good to see you today, dear. Hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for those beautiful gifts, Bridget. I appreciate you. Adam, thank you for those gifts, too. I know, I like the space cat. Did you see? Thank you for that gift, Avatar. I appreciate you. I like that donut. It was really cute. And thank you as well, Bridget. I know, I love that one. And Adam, thank you for sharing the live. Tempest, thank you for sharing the live as well. I've got you on the list too today, dear. Hi there, my dear. Sending you so much support on that. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. We're about to get started on the personal readings. These are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, it's 3 cards for $29. But I'm sending you so much support on that journey and holding you in light. And Christina, thank you for helping. Thank you for those roses. And James, thank you for the follow. Can you take, not really song request, please? I think you're in the wrong live, dear, but we do have, I will point out, we do have in the disco channel for super fans a channeled music section. So if you're looking for music there, you can find a lot there. So, and if you want access to the subscriber only disco channel, all you need to do is become a super fan. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is open. You will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read, but before we do so, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the animal spirit guides cards here. I'm going to reveal the cards and we're going to count back from, I'm going to show a card, we're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. Thank you guys. Where is Nikki? Where is Nikki when we need her? We'll do that again. We will do it again after the next reading. Thank you guys so much for being. You know what? You know she's gonna lose it, right? You know what's gonna happen now. This is what happens when Bridge is calling for things as well. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started. If you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It's an absolutely beautiful time to get on the list. As I mentioned, you will be the fourth person read for. 4 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. That said, no better time than the present. If you guys could also do me a favor and share this live, make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Oh, and thank you so much. I was just dreaming of frogs. I like that. It's a very good way of perceiving it. Thank you so much. And as I mentioned, friends, if you'd like, we're going to get started now. Oh, and Avatar, welcome. Grand rising, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are, we have here the 9 of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Hermit card in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about this energy right now, because the thing with this energy that is very important to recognize is, and I want to describe it, it's a continuation of what we were effectively articulating in relationality to navigating through the intensity, right? The intensity of Jupiter retrograding in Cancer with the combination of Uranus retrograding in Taurus. Now, why is that energy so intense? It's working through the understanding, and this is just the thing that we have to recognize in relationality to that situation or circumstance. The modality of being able to effectively articulate or define or to work through something in such a way that one is able to identify that the work that we often experience in relationality to working through this type of energy, it can do a lot of work in terms of how one perceives the self. And this is why we were effectively articulating that at the time of navigating, it was actually easier. It was actually energetically easier when we were going through the retrograde cycle and we were having all of the planets in retrograde. Why was it easier when we were going through the modality by which we were navigating all of the planets in retrograde? Because the way I like to define it is effectively that experience is the space by which all of the planets were effectively shouldering the burden of the retrograde energy, right? The hard part about the energy that we're currently experiencing or working through is having a lot of energetic sensitivity, right? Feeling very, very energetically sensitive, and then feeling like everything else is activating around us, right? It's often the feeling, right? It's harder right now because with those 2 planets that are retrograding where they are, it can create the modality or the feeling of being energetically stuck in place. The modality by which we feel energetically stuck in place as if we're not moving in the determination by which we ourselves aspire to. I am saying this to help you if this energy is feeling like it's getting the better of you, because like, and I like to describe it to a certain extent, the energy itself makes like feels like it's not like passing the vibe check, right? It's the modality by which we can feel energetically frustrated in the space by which things feel like they're flying by us in a way that feels like it's energetically like it's impossible to effectively catch up. Helping to understand that is being able to work through and recognize that we navigate situations and circumstances with a sense of energetic proportionality. The ability to effectively allow that to motivate or to set our energetic pace. And I think that there's something important about the space by which we say it is a pace, it's not a race, right? That is literally the type of energy that we're seeing, right? Setting the pace, it's not a race. The modality by which we don't allow the feeling, right? We don't allow the feeling of having to move in a hyper modality, but effectively working into that energetic proportionality towards like one thing after another. There's something really significant and important about that. And where it is having an impact, depending on where one finds oneself, on the frequency cycles. First and foremost, we're going to talk a little bit about the energy that is in solitude. And this is effectively, a lot of the energy in solitude has been in working through moon relationship energy. And those moon relationships were coming together between the time of Uranus that was stationing retrograde up until the present. And what do we see with a lot of those energetic cycles? It's working through the ability of having a sense of proportionality that we bring to situations, the ability of understanding, and this is what's beautiful about that energy right now, the modality of being able to articulate that sense of proportionality allows us to effectively set the pace. And so what's beautiful about that is those relationships that are coming together right now, the feeling of stability that they find in one another is the modality by which they feel like they are actively creating peace for one another. And that modality, and then it's a work, it's the understanding that peace takes a lot of work, right? This is what we can expect when we've got Neptune and Saturn that are about to move into Aries, right? It's the modality or the experience of understanding how hard that work is, that we do the work, like we do the work of navigating our own energetic feelings to be able to work towards the capacity of finding that peace every day. And that experience, right? This is the energy, and I want to describe right now, we've got some different modalities that were occurring. For the energy that was working through this, I either see that these are relationships, individuals that are working right now on the relationship with the self, with the understanding that the greatest gift that we bring to our relationships is the work, is the investiture in ourselves, and the understanding of the difference between self-centered and centered in self. Now, what is the difference? This is important. What is the difference between self-centered and centered in self? Self-centered is looking at situations and circumstances by which one looks toward the world as a delivery system, the modality by which we feel like the world is there to energetically serve the self, right? That is the articulation of what selfish is. But rather, the modality of being, and often, and this is what's wild about it, okay? What's wild about that journey is often in the same exact proportionality by which another person sees the world in that way, they will articulate, like someone who is energetically selfish will see someone centered in self and will articulate that they themselves are self-obsessed. But when we are in the space of being centered in self, we are obsessed about ourselves in the best way possible, right? And what does it mean to be invested in the self in the best way possible? It's the modality by which we consider our energetic position in relationality to ourselves and the world around us, right? It's not the space by which we demand from it, but the modality by which we look towards the world and say, what can I give forth to it to allow the ability to understand and recognize what it is that I'm hoping to energetically find there? Because this is how we effectively heal our relationships. And so that's what we see that's potentially happening for a lot of that energy that's working into the space of personal solitude, right? The investiture in the self that effectively heals relationship, because it's the understanding that the investiture in the self acts as a proportional mechanism to help us energetically discern the proper relationship for us. Because when someone comes towards us in a greedy fashion, and we see us, when they see someone doing the work, right? Having that healthy investiture in the self and what it is that they're putting into themselves to be able to elicit or create that healthy partnership, they will articulate that that is selfish. And that is the gift of that. Because if a modality of another person coming towards the self, seeing all of the things that you're supposed to bring into healthy relationship, right? And what is healthy to bring into relationship? A healthy investiture in the self. If that's a modality by which another person says, you seem awful selfish with all of that care or concern in terms of how you approach the world, you say thank you, right? You say thank you to that self-investiture. That self-investiture just helped you to discern the energy that sees the world in the way that one does, right? The ability who understands that the investiture of the self helps us to give forth into the world around us, versus the energy that is looking for a demanding partnership, right? And what is the difference between, and this is what I keep on seeing, this is the energy, like this is beautiful for the energy in solitude, because this is the journey that says the self-investiture acts as filter of discernment in relationality to those that recognize the power of coming into healthy relationship that is tantamount in doing that, right? So there we see that that's a lot of the energy in solitude that's working into that capacity. Now this brings us to a lot of the energy that is moving deeper into partnership right now. And these are those magician relationships that we articulated were coming together coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the solstice period that we experienced this summer. And these are the relationships. And the reason I want to articulate that these relationships have been so hard to energetically come together is specifically and particularly, and this is what and I want to tell you in a way, I need to just point this out. All of those planets that were in retrograde during that season, that was almost like a red herring, because the hard part that was happening in the midst of all of those planets being retrograde had everything to do with Chiron and Eris being in such close proximity in retrograde. Because what does Chiron and Eris in proximity in retrograde cause? They create situations and circumstances that feel very coincidental, circumstances and situations that feel very similar to intentional trauma done. The modality of having to navigate a coincidental experience that felt very, very similar to something that was harm that was intentionally done to the self, and working through that with a sense of proportionality, right? Not allowing it to get the better of the self, but allowing it the ground by which one can build. We just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working upon that capacity. It's taking time, it's taking effort, taking a proportionality as it relates to how to navigate situations that feels like a healthy breath of air for the energy that's moving deeper into connection with one another, because it's the energy that sees, right? It's the energy that identifies and recognizes how hard they work to be able to create that peace for one another. And so we see that for a lot of that energy facilitating and doing that work, it feels like the energy that is articulating. This might feel like for some of those relationships finally hitting I want to say like finally hitting like cruising altitude is what I like to describe. Finally feeling the modality of getting into a space by which one feels energetically stable in relationality to what it is that you've been trying to do versus how it is that one is trying to arrive there. But it hasn't been easy because I keep on seeing, like for a lot of those relationships, it's navigating a lot of those rocky circumstances and being able to articulate the difference between an internal problem versus an external one. I do see some separations that are energetically occurring at this time. And the modality by which I'm identifying the circumstances that are requiring or resulting in separation have to do with the understanding of working through the lesson that feelings don't fix things. The ability that, and again, it's also not the modality by which you can't fix things by sharing feelings, that the modality is the understanding that the work that we do to understand our feelings requires us to refine upon the feelings. It's building into the understanding of what it means to honor something. And to honor something is to understand the energetic weight of what we are carrying. So the energy that is working on not just the expression of emotions, but the investiture to understand what the emotions are asking for. And this is very difficult because I even see if these were modalities by which there was a separation occurring, potentially a separation in relationality to someone having two strong feelings that rise up in the context of building into healthy partnership. This is why it's so important that we do not disassociate in feeling our feelings, because the best relationship you'll ever experience will make you feel things you've never felt before. So the ability to understand and recognize the understanding of surrealness, right? Not feeling afraid of the surrealness that often happens when you enter into a healthy partnership. This is the modality by which if another person is recognizing an energetic pattern by which another person articulates the desire to be in a relationship, but every time they move closer to it, they can't navigate the intensity of the surrealness of the feelings that naturally arrive in being in a partnership that is making one feel things that one hasn't felt before. That energy, identifying, right, identifying the progress away from something, right, identifying the modality of the energy that moves further away instead of deeper in. This is the identification point that is potentially articulating a healthy energetic separation that another person identifies, that the issue has to do, that it isn't enough to have a manifestation goal. You have to be able to navigate the capacity of the new feelings that will arrive, that will inevitably arrive as you move closer towards it. This brings us to the center card for today's spread. And that is, can I get one card to clarify? The Five of Pentacles in its reversal. So what are we seeing there right now with the Five of Pentacles in its reversal? We're identifying a lot of work, and this is bringing us back into the temperance relationships. And what are we effectively recognizing with those temperance relationships? And I want to describe this. The temperance relationships were effectively coming together between the time of Mercury, no, between the time of the Uranus stationing retrograde up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing, and this is what's important too, because I just want to point this out. This disambiguation that I'm talking about is what the energy is experiencing. So these are the relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the solstice period. And for a lot of these relationships, that is the type of energy that we see that they're working through. Navigating the static, like literally navigating the energetic static of working through what felt very similar to a Venus in retrograde cycle. And the reason I'm articulating this, and I just want to be clear, is when we identify the fact that Jupiter retrograding in Cancer can already do a number on our hypersensitivity, and then you add to that Uranus stationing retrograde in Taurus, which makes us feel like something isn't transforming fast enough. And then you add to that, right? Then you just add there the amplification of Venus feeling stuck between Mercury in retrograde with Mars ahead of, well, not Mercury in retrograde, Mercury behind Venus and Mars ahead of it. It was it was feeling the hyper intensity of that energy that felt like it energetically amplified, right? It was like taking, it's like taking it almost like it was like taking, that is the approximation of taking the combination force of Jupiter retrograding in Cancer with Uranus retrograding in Taurus and just cranking it up to 11, because it's the modality of feeling, the questioning of the self that often creates those feelings of energetic confusion. And even in the modality by which we recognize and identify a lot of that energy working through modalities and experiences like that, what is the healthy gift of counterpart? Doing the work to help amplify and clarify the energetic view, being able to allow for that sense of proportionality as it relates to what it is that we're working through and what it is that we're trying to do in a better way. So for a lot of those relationships, the gift that we see that is happening with healthy counterpart is the ability to be able to see things with a sense of clarity or the proportionality. And so it's beautiful, and this is like, it's a conversation about the beauty of a healthy partnership, helps us with our own self distortions, right? It's easy to get too hard on the self as one is working on trying to do something better, but the modality by which we work through something, and this is what's beautiful about it, counterpart often acts as a healthy mirror to help us dispel the energy of our trauma that makes us energetically feel like we're moving in the wrong direction, while simultaneously and similarly potentially helping with others' projections of us that we know are not energetically true. So there's a lot of that work that's happening there, and I keep on seeing it's rough, but it's working through the roughness of the self that leads to greater refinement. Now, this brings us to the energy that is deep within the deep within divine union right now, and these are those magician relationships. And those magician relationships were coming together between the time of the solstice period that we experienced this summer up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune, that we saw or understood that was, I want to say that was around last March of last year. Can I get two cards to clarify upon that energy, please? Two cards. We've got one, two. Thank you. We've got the Death card in its reversal in combination with our Five of Wands in its upright. So what do we effectively see that's occurring right now for a lot of those relationships? A lot of those relationships that we're seeing right now, I feel like they're going through a lot of strength cycles. That energy is already deep in Aries, is what I keep on getting. And why do we see that energy is already in the capacity of being deep within Aries? Because effectively, what we're identifying that is occurring there is work. I keep on hearing working through the energetic context of being able to identify and recognize what one is trying to do in a greater fashion. And the thing about it is, it feels to me like that's a lot of energy that is working very fundamentally on communicating upon their passion. And the thing about passion, and I keep on getting this coming through with a lot of those magician relationships, it's it's the identification point of being able to energetically tell the difference. I keep on hearing the difference between, and it's interesting because it says to me, it's like working through the difference between what feels energetically passionate, what feels like it is driven with a sense of proportionality and purpose, versus those modalities or experiences wherein another person isn't making a lick of sense, is what I keep on saying. And the reason I'm effectively identifying this right now is, and you'll remember we spoke about the fact that those magician relationships were working into the understanding of recognizing and finding the self. And what's interesting about that energy is when we like, and I keep on hearing the same messages coming through for those magician relationships. Like when we know ourselves, we know where we live, is what I keep on seeing. We know where we energetically reside. And that's the modality by which I keep on seeing that is the experience. I'm just seeing with those magician relationships by which everything, like I keep on hearing the eagerness, right? Like the eagerness for a conversation that allows for an egress is what I keep on getting. And why do I keep on hearing the eagerness that allows for an egress? Because the modality by which we energetically welcome a conversation articulates upon our own healing journey, right? The modality or experience by which we feel energetically ready to talk about things. It's very nice. It's a very nice system. You'll see it's a very nice system, you'll see, because our eagerness to effectively articulate upon something is working into the space by which we feel the we feel the energetic passion that allows us to be able to articulate upon something that has a lot of meaning to us. And so those experiences and those modalities, I feel like that is the vibration by which those situations or circumstances are navigating conversation. And it's hard, right? Because I keep on seeing I keep on getting the same energy that's happening there. They're building into healthy relationship via the fabric of healthy communication, is what I keep on seeing. The energetic eagerness by which they articulate upon where they find themselves is literally building into the fabric of the relationships that they are discovering and fortifying as they continue forward in healthy partnership. And what's beautiful about that is I just keep on seeing that, and it's interesting too, because did you notice that even as I started to read for this, there was a lot of energetic clearing that started to come through. And that is effectively working through a lot of the difficulty point that energy is navigating, because the modality by which they work through the energetic space by which they feel energetically excited to articulate something, but working through the modality or experience of another's roughness. That is what's hard about situations, because I keep on hearing the energy set is literally articulating someone saying it shouldn't be this hard to come into partnership. But the modality by which they're articulating that it shouldn't be this hard to come into partnership, because they're going through a maturation cycle that feels very akin to one that one might experience as one is growing. The modality by which you work through others' hardness as you're energetically maturating, it's working into the context by which what you wish that you could resolve within, but you can't resolve because you recognize that it's not something internally that needs to change. It's something that you're energetically experiencing as a result of one's own maturation. And so I keep on getting that energy that's like working through that pain. But even in the context by which they're working through that pain, they're finding, right? They're finding catharsis through new energetic relationships that understand how painful that can be in the experience of having it occur. This brings us to moving back towards the energy and solitude right now. Clarification between our Nine of Wands in its reversal in combination with that Hermit energy. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Strength card in its reversal. And it's interesting too, because I just want to point this out, and this is just like a fun thing that happens. sometimes when I've got two different Smith Waite decks that I read into right now, and as much as I try to keep them separate, as much as I try to keep them separate, from time to time, from time to time, one of those, one of those, one of those cards creeps into the other deck. And so this is a new strength card, is what we're effectively seeing. And why are we identifying that there's a new strength card that's arriving into the context of the energy in solitude, right? This is the energy in solitude finding a new source of strength, right? Because that is the energetic gift that we find or we arrive to in the context of building into the healthy understanding of the self, right? Because, and it's a continuation point in recognizing and identifying that this is a continuation of the understanding on why it's so important to do the work on the self, right? Because everything that one would bring into a healthy relationship will be articulated as a negative in an unhealthy one, right? If you arrive into a space and you're energetically confident and someone is not ready for a healthy relationship, they will articulate and see that and say, oh, it seems like that person is too energetically full of themselves, right? If you're in the modality by which you're healing by understanding what is yours to apologize for versus being able to recognize what is not, another person will literally articulate that you're not an apologetic enough to move into a relationship, right? When we understand, and this is why we keep on seeing, when you're working on healing, prepare for another's projections. But what's beautiful about that is when you recognize that they are such, that they are projections, then you understand that the projections help you work in terms of defining where you are needed, right? Because if you bring an energetic blessing into a place, if you bring the blessing of yourself into a place, and all you experience are others' projections, right? That is not the space by which you change the blessing to accommodate for others' projections of it. It's the understanding that that space, like that, moves us towards sanctuary, right? Because when we hold the sanctuary of the self within, we can identify where it is without. And those modalities, and I keep on getting, I feel like for a lot of the energy, working in that capacity, that identification point, and being able to articulate how important it is to hold the person of the self in a state of exquisite, because it requires the space by which you can recognize when another person is trying to take advantage of it. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, working through that, it's working into the space. And I keep on hearing a lot of that energy in solitude, identifying and recognizing the difference between forgiveness and energetic leniency. And what is the difference between forgiveness and leniency? Forgiveness is the observation of being able to do something. And in the context by which one is able to do it, one is able to amplify the energetic changes that one is trying to bring from it. The modality or the experience by which we are able to articulate upon the energetic plan going forward that allows us to bring clemency to a situation. So that's the gift that we understand in relationality to the two-sided system between forgiveness, asking for a plan. You can't come towards somebody asking for forgiveness if you don't have a plan, because if not, you're just asking for energetic leniency. So the modality by which one is able to articulate and define the space by which one articulates and identifies what one is trying to do for further coming forward point of healing, that then is met with energetic clemency. I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy. I've got two different modalities right now that's working through this in solitude. This is the energy that is allowing that gift of the self to help identify the relationship that feels like it is the energy that prioritizes the person within the relationship, right? The personal priority that we find within ourselves that we then helps us guide towards the energy that prioritizes us in kind, while at the same time, deeper relationships right now that are energetically deepening because they recognize and value how hard they work to be able to energetically prioritize the energetic peace that they are working to build up for one another, right? And that's what's beautiful about it. And I keep on getting, and this is what I keep on seeing. I need to point this out in some of these moon relationships that are coming together right now. They're not codependent. I keep hearing no codependency. I gotta stress it. I gotta stress this. There's like zero. I keep on hearing they're interdependent. They're not codependent. They're interdependent. And what is the difference? What is the difference between interdependence and codependence? Interdependence is the modality by which we energetically celebrate, the modality of feeling energetically, the gift of independence that we bring into relationship, right? Because the modality by which we feel that sense of confidence is the gift that we energetically bring to counterpart, right? I keep on getting, it's not the modality by which they have to always be doing the same thing. It's the modality by which they find joy in doing things together because it makes it even better. That brings us to the Hermit card in its upright in combination with our Five of Pentacles in its reversal. And that's what's beautiful about this, because a lot of that energy, and we see a lot of that shift that is actually that is energetically happening right now. And this is bringing us into those temperance relationships. And I want to describe this. This is a little bit of the difference between the temperance relationships and the moon relationships, because with the space by which the temperance relationships are working into the mutuality, right? The ability of doing something energetically in a mutual way that navigates or articulates upon the energetic clear mirror that we have, that builds into the context of what it is that we're trying to do in a greater fashion. And that's what I keep on getting. For a lot of for a lot of the energy, like I would not be surprised right now if some of these moon relationships are finally finding their groove, is what I keep on hearing. Like a lot of those moon relationships right now are finally getting to the part where they feel like they can start to work through, like identifying what that groove is. For the temperance relationships, this is the relationship that is working on polishing the self. And what do we keep on seeing in terms of the polishing of the self? This is what we can expect that occurs, particularly and especially. Remember when I said like this type of energy with Jupiter retrograding in Cancer and Uranus that is retrograding in Taurus, like the space by which we often feel like we're in a rut is the space by which we understand and we're able to work through. And like the rut doesn't exist, right? All I keep on hearing, like that's basically what counterpart says, right? I don't believe in a rut. A rut doesn't exist. Everything is just an opportunity to fine tune something, is what we keep on seeing. So for a lot of that energy, that's where we see a lot of that work that's potentially happening. Clarification between that Hermit card and the Five of Pentacles in its reversal. Yeah, there you go. Right there's that Ace of Pentacles in its reversal, which is again, it's working into it. It's like I just keep on hearing that with those temperance relationships. The rut, like when we feel like there's a rut, you have to snap out of it. The rut doesn't exist. Everything is just an opportunity to refine something even further, is what I keep on seeing. And that's what we can expect with like Venus now moving forward past Mars as it continues on its journey, right? The love, the love that drives us forward even in the context by which we don't feel like something is happening, understanding that a lot can be going on under the surface. Now, this brings us to those magician relationships and clarification between our Five of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Death card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Star card in its upright. Now, this is bringing us back to the work of those magician relationships. And the hard part that we're seeing with a lot of those magician relationships right now is I literally see the energy trying to articulate to another and saying it shouldn't be this hard. Right? I can see the energy literally building into healthy relationship. And that's what they're saying. It shouldn't be this hard because it's working through. I told you, there are energies right now that are working through, right? They're effectively working through the modality or the experience by which they recognize or they feel the energetic frustration, right? I keep wondering, having not made any changes beyond moving into healthy partnership. And in the modality by which they enter into healthy partnership, they feel the experience of going through a modality or experience that amplifies or articulates upon something that doesn't feel necessary, right? Like they're going through, I keep wondering, like they're going through unnecessary energetic trauma that for no other reason than the fact that they're making healthier choices. But that's the hard part. Like this is often what we navigate when we're going through a maturation cycle, right? The modality by which and I want to describe this too, because it's actually, would you like to know where the root of the word haze comes from? Haze comes from hard gaze, right? It's the gaze that is hardened in the modality of another person energetically maturing through something. It's the modality by which, like, that's where the origin of that word is, the hard gaze, the navigating the space that when you're going through a maturation process, be ready for a hard gaze, which is the modality by which another person sees you making healthier choices. And it brings up a lot of their own unaddressed, unhealthy shadow work. So that's where we see that a lot of that energy comes through. And that's what the energy is effectively working through. They're working through the modality of navigating others' hard gazes. But in the space by which, and this is what the energy is effectively articulating, even in the modality by which they're building into healthy relationship, because I keep on seeing a healthy relationship navigates a hard gaze because it's the understanding that when we're in a healthy place and we see a healthy relationship, the only sound that we should hear if we are in a healthy space is applause, right? It should not create clause, it should create applause. It should create the modality by which we energetically aspire to be able to find that within ourselves. It should not create the ire that we often feel when we're too deep in our ego, in relationality to something that we're working through. So that's what I keep on seeing. Like these are the conversations that I feel like a lot of those relationships are having as it relates to feeling like they're not doing anything but trying to be in a healthy relationship. And yet, right? And yet they're experiencing a lot of that uncomfortable energy. Continuing to get clarification between the Death card in its reversal and the Five of Wands in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? We've got here the Knight of Cups in its upright. And I think this second row is really beautiful. And if you are a tarot nerd, I would encourage you to head over to the stack today to be able to see the full spread, because what we're effectively identifying, and I like to point this out, and we're moving back towards the energy that's in solitude. And this is why we can tell that it's alignment day, because this often happens when I get a message that's coming through the divine, like deep within the energetic field that moves back into the energy in separation, others' hard gazes are respectfully not our responsibility. And this is what you have to understand. Unless, okay, unless another person's hard gaze carries a grain of truth within it, right? Unless another person's hard gaze carries a grain of truth within it, which is something that we can work on doing better, right? Something that we can work to energetically try to amend. That is the gift, right? The gift to be found in others' hard gazes is it helps us energetically refine the work upon the self. But the ability and the understanding of navigating the difference, those who give, here's the sad truth about it. Those who give hard gazes rarely find happy partnership. Those who are in the space of giving hard gazes often rarely find healthy partnership. Because what happens in the modality by which you're working through the hard energetic gaze? When you're working through the space by which you're having a hard gaze towards something, you are literally saying to the universe, right? You're seeing, and you have to understand why it's so important that you work to heal this, okay? The universe is not a mind reader. It bases itself on energy, okay? And if you are a saying, you cannot be in the modality by which you say that you are looking for healthy relationship. And then every time you see another person in one, you give it a hard gaze, because all the universe sees, in the modality of you doing that is the modality by which you say, I want it, I want it, I want it. And then you see it and you go, you go, I want it, I want it, I want it. And then you see it, you go, yeah, right? Like you put all of this anger and frustration towards it instead of feeling the energy of experiencing it. And the universe cannot give it to you, right? The universe cannot give it to you if you articulate the fact that you desire it. But then every time you see it pass by you, you confront it with a sense of bitterness, right? Because that is literally giving the universe conflicting directions. That is literally saying to the universe, I want it, I want it, I want it, except when I see it, and the universe says, can you please clarify how are you going to walk into it if every time you see it, all these energetically hard feelings come up, right? Like this is working through, this is why we have to work through our shadow work, because when we work through our shadow work, our energy starts making sense. Okay. When we do our shadow work effectively, our energy starts making sense, which is the modality by which we say, yes, I want that, I would love that. And then we see it, we go, oh, I love that for them, not, and so this is what we see. And so I feel like there's a lot of energy right now that's working through that modality. And this is why we work through, and this is what we understand. It's not enough to have a manifestation goal. You got to be good with yourself in relationality to how you feel as you move closer towards it. Now, this brings us clarification between our Strength card in its reversal and the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Yeah. I want you to kind of, and this is what I keep on seeing in relationality to a lot of the energy in solitude, healing their desire for partnership. And the thing you have to kind of see, and I like to identify, the best way I like to describe this is a healthy manifestation is a conversation with the higher self, right? And I like to point this out. Like I want you to think about the healed energetic child, right? Let's think about the healed energetic child for a moment. And what does the healed energetic child say? The healed energetic child goes to a parent and goes, can I have something, right? And the parent goes, I don't know, what are you going to do with it? And the energetic child goes, I'm going to be responsible with it. And the energetic parent goes, I don't know if you're ready. I don't know if you're ready for that manifestation. And what happens, and I want to point this out, what is often the architecture by which you navigate a responsibility and being able to recognize something, right? The modality by which you don't throw an energetic fit, right? The modality by which you're like, where you get angry or upset or you start pounding your feet, right? And if you're in this modality of understanding the relationship between parent and child, the space by which one gets volatile, rarely creates the modality by which one articulates the readiness for in the ability to energetically move towards something. But this is why we have to work on our shadow work effectively, because the modality by which, and this is what's beautiful about it, thinking about a manifestation less in the context of saying, where is it? I demand the relationship and I'm not leaving here until I get it, is often the modality by which you will never energetically find it. That is literally the modality by which the volatility by which we energetically seek partnership is not conducive to finding the healthy relationship, because the modality by which we build into the sense of saying, I want one because it's going to make me feel like it's going to energetically share upon my own energy. It's going to allow oneself to feel like it's the investiture in the energetic frequency by which one is able to move towards. When we work upon, and this is why we identify that the work that we do on ourselves is the best path work to finding healthy partnership, because it's when you think about it like that, you're constantly in a space of blissful divine preparation. You're constantly moving into the space of blissful divine preparation, which is the modality of understanding that is the context by which we find preparation. It's the modality by which we say, I am working towards something, and I might not ever see it, but the modality of knowing that every step I take along the journey of trying to find it is the energetic prayer. It is the energetic bliss. It is the modality by which one says that the gift is found in the journey, not in the experience. Because when you hold it in that proportionality, when you find that space of coming into the understanding of how preciousness that journey is, then you often move into the modality by which you find it. And it's not the space by which you look at the manifestation and say, where is it? Why isn't it happening? But the space by which you say, I'm good either way, right? I know myself. I understand what it is that I was energetically seeking. And that's the modality by which we often work towards our energetic deliverance, and the modality by which we stop energetically searching for it and start giving forth towards it. Now, this brings us to the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with the Star card. And this is moving us back towards the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, those temperance relationships. We've got here the Ace of Swords in its reversal, and we've got double ace cards right now. There's double ace cards, and I will also point out we have the same thing happening. This is a new sword. This is a new sword. New strength card, new sword card. These are some of my new cards that have slipped into my old deck. But the thing is, and I want to describe this too, and I'm of the opinion, an ace is an ace is an ace. I don't care about the position, about whether the ace is in its upright or in its reversal. It's still an ace. It just means something energetically different in the context of receiving it. And what do we see in the combination of Ace of Swords and Ace of Pentacles? And I know it's going to sound cliche, but it's cliche for a reason. It is better to give than receive. But the word better is not the word, is the important thing about it, because it betters things, right? Manifestation is an act of bettering. Manifestation is an act of bettering, because when you think about it in that proportionality, when you understand and recognize, right, that you're looking for something, right, when you're energetically trying to move in determination of coming towards something, you don't just say there. Like if I saw you, right, if I came up to you and I said, where are you going? And you said, I'm going over there. And I said, okay, how are you getting there? I'm waiting for it to come to me. Excuse me? Could you repeat that? I'm waiting for it to come to me. Why are you waiting? It's literally over there. You know, you have to go that way. You have to go that way to get to it. No, I know I'm practicing non-attachment. So I'm just going to stay here. I'm just going to stay here, and I'm just not going to do anything for it, but it's coming. It's coming. I feel it. I feel like it's coming. I just need to stay here. Manifestation is the act of bettering, okay? Which is the modality by which you can recognize that it's coming towards you. But you know what helps make it expedited is if you take some steps in that energetic direction, right? If you work into the space, and this is what we look at. This is why we fall in love with our manifestation, because then you say to the universe, you come out into the space and you say, how can I better it today? How can I add some better? How can I add some better to the desire of something that I'm trying to move towards? How can I make it better? How can I get closer to it? And when you think about that every day, right, not the space of whether you arrive, but whether you made the space in terms of being able to receive it energetically better, then you understand that that is the gift. That is the universal gift that you bring into everything, because it's that modality by which you give forth that allows you the context of being able to receive. Because what does the universe say? Oh, look at that energy there, just making things better and better and better and better and better and better and better everywhere they go. Right? I wonder where that will grow. I wonder where that will grow. I wonder where that will grow. And that's what we see that that is what those temperance counterparts are saying, right? Don't get hard on yourself. You're not in a rut. You're planting seeds. And when we recognize that, when we identify the feeling of feeling that slow down, then we welcome the productivity, because every opportunity, right? Even when we feel like that we're moving slow, there's always opportunities to grow. And often the modality by which we experience the slowing becomes a blessing, because it allows us to be able to effectively grow further in different ways. So I just see that that's a lot of that energy that's articulating and saying to each other as they're working through a lot of that feeling, right? You're not in a rut. You're in the process of growing. You have to be patient with yourself on that energetic journey. You have to find joy in it. Because if you don't find joy in the journey, when you get to where you're going, you're not going to find that joy there either. We bring the joy with us. We bring the joy with us to our manifestation goals. It's a BYOJ thing. It's a BYOJ thing. You have to bring your own joy. Continuing to get clarification between our star card and the Knight of Cups and its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Two of Wands in its upright. And this is moving us back into these magician relationships. These magician relationships right now, like I can see it. It's really frustrating because for a lot of those situations and circumstances, I literally see the energy that is eager. Like I can see the energy that is energetically eager to try to work something out, right? This is a lot of, and this is what's so hard. This is what's so hard when you're in a healthy space. It's not the fact that you don't desire to heal something, but healing, I keep on hearing, healing is like, we can only do what we can. And this is also, it's also a conversation of manifestation, because it's the same space that we see. That energy is working through something that's more difficult, which is the space by which I keep on hearing the same message coming through. You can welcome a healthy conversation, but you can never chase down a healthy conversation, because if you try to chase down a healthy conversation, it becomes an uncomfortable confrontation. The modality by which we work through something is the amplification in terms of working through or identifying what it is that we're trying to do better. Like what it is that we're trying to effectively, I keep on hearing like what it is that we're trying to do in the best way. And I want to point something out here. There's something really important that's happening right now in the realm of patience, because I see I see those magician relationships that are literally doing everything they can to navigate all of the energetic expectations around them. There are relationships right now that are reaching energetic closure points because another person being energetically volatile in relationality to the time it takes. But that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to that understanding, because this is the energy, right? These are energies, these are magician relationships that are healthy, that have found healthy partnership, and they're building into new energetic relationships with energy that gets it, right? The energy that understands the prioritization point, that honors the energetic priority of the relationship and works into the space of not taking, I keep on hearing, not taking things personally, taking them energetically profoundly. The ability of feeling like, and this is what I keep on getting, and this is how some of those magician relationships are moving into some of the same energy that we were seeing that was happening as a result of the moon lessons, because it is the modality by which, when we're energetically busy, right? When we are deep in our busyness, then we don't get upset with another person being deep in their busyness, is all I keep on hearing. It's like, that's all I keep on. I just keep on hearing that same message coming through, right? It's very much like they're very much in B energy, which is basically saying, like, when we're deep in our busyness, we do not take others' busyness personally. We get it, is what I keep on saying. So there's a lot of that work that we identify or recognize that is energetically occurring there. But even in the modality by which that's happening, it feels like, I keep on hearing, like, it feels like energy that is finding profound generosity in the context of being able to work through something, but not just being able to work through something, building into the amplification of celebration in terms of finding energy that doesn't take their busyness personally. Continuing to get clarification between our Lover's card in its reversal in combination with our Ace of Swords in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Justice card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this Justice card and its reversal energy. and the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to that Justice card in its reversal is it's speaking to me moving back into the energy and separation. It's wonderful because I see some energy in solitude, and it has to do, and remember when I said the energy in separation, but that's what I keep on hearing. This is the energy that's recognizing that there is no separation, is what I keep on seeing. Like that, that is what I keep on seeing, that the energy is working to resolve or dissolve within the self. There is no separation when we are energetically good with ourselves, right? When we are energetically good with ourselves, there is no energetic separation. The modality by which the energy is working through the modality of building into the sense of energetic completion. And I keep on seeing this, the completeness, and here's the thing about it. The completeness, it's not the space by which we're ever energetically complete, right? There's never a modality, and you're if you think that if you think you're finished, you are in danger. You're in danger. The modality by which we understand that working into the state of understanding or being good with ourselves is the space by which we're constantly scrutinizing ourselves, right? Being complete means always being pursuant of going deeper, right? Being complete is always pursuant of going deeper. And this is why I feel like I'm getting a lot of strong indications that the next energetic cycle that we see that we're moving towards are world partnerships. Because I just keep on feeling like a lot of this energy is coming through right now. Because it's the energy, like I keep on seeing that these are the path work. This is the path work that understands that the way that we find what we're looking for is to energetically become it, right? Not saying where is it, being like, oh, I have to answer the energetic call if I'm not seeing it there. We step into it. We don't step away from it. We don't search. We actively work to be the force of change that we hope to see. And I see a lot of that energy in solitude taking that direction as it relates to moving towards healthy partnership, right? That is the energy that says, this is the energy that says, like, I am in a relationship. I keep on hearing this energy going, I am in a healthy relationship with myself. Would you like to become a part of it? So I keep on hearing, that is the vibration. That is the vibration that I see that a lot of this energy is bringing into the relationships going forward. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Swords in its reversal and the Two of Wands. Yeah. And this is a continuation that we see here, clarification with the Chariot energy. And it's interesting too, because this is bringing us back to, this is bringing us back to a lot of the work that we identify or recognize, the temperance relationships. And this is the hard thing with some of those temperance relationships. These temperance relationships are often in the context of understanding, and this is what's hard for those temperance relationships. the space or the understanding, and this is what I kept on getting. When energy is deeply reliable, it's often the modality by which others, and I keep on seeing this here, the modality by which there's nothing worse. There's no greater, there's nothing worse on this planet than seeing energy that's responsible and then trying to get more from energy that's responsible by them trying to articulate disappointment in what they're energetically giving. Unhealthy energy will try to take advantage of reliable energy by articulating to another and saying, aren't you, you should be energetically, it's giving me this modality of be very conscientious of someone, seeing someone with an open heart, that tries to take advantage of an open heart by saying, shouldn't you be giving more? Is what I keep on seeing. Like the modality or experience by which another person sees an open heart and then tries to squeeze it is what I keep on seeing. And I just keep on hearing the same modality. There's nothing worse on this earth than seeing a gentle heart and trying to squeeze it. Because the modality by which you navigate that is the space, and I keep on getting, and this is why I keep on seeing to a certain extent for some of that temperance energy. That is the modality by which they get energetically overprotective of one another, is what I keep on seeing. There's a lot of protectiveness in that energetic cycle because the modality by which the energy recognizes, right? I keep on hearing the energy going, they're in the space by which they're constantly checking. Like they're constantly in the space by which they're navigating their own space. But this is the modality by which we often have to work through, because you will be in, and this is just the sad truth of it, you will be at the apex of your energetic generosity. You'll be at your energetic limit in relationality to how generous you're giving, and recognizing and identifying the modality or shape by which another person demands more is often the context that helps us see the full shape of what it is that we're working to heal from. And that's why I keep on getting that is a lot of the energy. And it almost feels like the energy by which, like, I feel like it's a pathwork by which energy was working through healing some kind of sense of shame in relationality to, and I keep on hearing, energy that is trying to take advantage of your generosity will try to make you feel shame for not giving more as they're already receiving the energetic bounty of what it is that you're trying to give them in the first place. And that's why I feel like there's a lot of that energy that works on feeling very protective of counterpart, because I just keep on hearing that energy say that they, like, their ability to energetically perceive that, or that ability to energetically recognize that, is the shape by which they say, like, I keep on hearing the energy saying, the temperance relationships to each other saying, protect your precious heart, which is the modality that says that the space by which another person does not see you in the modality of generosity and makes you feel, like I keep hearing, makes you feel that isn't energetically beneficial. But the modality by which they articulate, and I keep on seeing this, we work towards healing that within so that we can perceive it without. Because I keep on hearing the demands of the world are loud. And you have to understand, remembering we've spoken about the fact that when we haven't healed, like when we haven't healed from the first wound that we arrive here with, that is necessary for existence, that gimme, right? That there is the modality by which we understand that it is the space by which we work towards putting forth to things. But in the space by which, when we, like I keep wondering, we ask for what we need and we give forth to what we desire, is all I keep on hearing. And the ability to recognize the significance upon that helps us feel energetically fortified in relationality to understanding and feeling good in the direction. I keep wondering, the direction of doing everything that one can do to change something, but not in the space by which the change that you aspire feels like it crushes you under the weight of not being able to do enough towards it, is what I keep on hearing. Final card for today's reading between our Justice card in its reversal in combination with the Chariot card. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Four of Swords in its reversal. And this is bringing us to those magician relationships. And the thing I keep on seeing with those magician relationships is I keep on getting it's working through the quality and understanding of recognizing what one can change and building into the context of not being not being too bitter in order for something to get better is what I keep on hearing. And what do we see in the context? And this is what's hard, right? And this is what we navigate with like a healing journey, right? Because there's some things that we hold on to. And in the modality by which we hold on to it, it's the space by which we hold on to it because it's energetically important. This is what we identify that's recognized in proportionality to having a standard. But the modality by which, and this is what I keep on seeing, that a lot of that energy deep within divine union is wrestling with. The modality by which we effectively we recognize and identify the space by which we allow another the ability to effectively change, right? The modality or the experience by which we allow for that proportionality that another can change. It's the space by which we hold hope towards it, but we don't project our patience into modalities or experiences by which another person does not recognize that they are receiving it. Because the modality and the experience by which we work through an energetic sense of roughness, but even in the modality by which we work through that roughness, but we're energetically proportional in relationality to allowing another person to recognize and identify if they are too deep in their energetic ego about something. That's what I keep on seeing is happening there, because I keep on hearing this energy that almost articulates upon the fact that they don't want to effectively force a conversation. I keep wondering, you cannot force a conversation when someone's deep in their ego. Because when someone's deep in their ego and you try to force a conversation, then immediately they get hyper defensive, right? It's like when they're already deep in their ego and you try to have a vulnerable conversation with someone deep in their ego, like the ego effectively activates. And that's why we talk about the fact that the ego acts as a wall. It's like impossible. So that's why I see that for a lot of the energy working through that, it's like I keep on hearing it's allowing the context of trying to heal and trying to be energetically proportional as it relates to how they're navigating another person's hard ego, but trying to allow the context of giving another person the opportunity to help recognize and identify like what one could be doing that would allow for the capability of being able to facilitate a positive change towards something. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's hard because I feel like a lot of that energy is working deep in the space of navigating others' hard feelings. But and this is the thing about it. When we're in a healthy space, we can talk about our hard feelings. You know, like that's the beautiful thing about it. The beautiful thing about it, and that's what we talk about. Like when we're in a healthy space, it's not about the fact that you have to remove all of your hard feelings. But I'll tell you right now, if you ever want to get fortified in relationality and making sure that you're not too deep in your ego, talk about why you're energetically frustrated. If you feel silly talking about it, then ta-da, like there's the ego, right? If something's bothering you and you feel silly articulating it, then that's usually the modality by which you recognize and identify the egoic journey. But the modality by which we're effectively able to articulate from a space of vulnerability, right? That's what's beautiful, because here's the thing about it. When we've got hard feelings and we're working to heal them, it's the desire that the hard feelings will become softer, right? It's the modality that says, I know I've got these hard feelings, but I'm holding on to them because in the modality of understanding a conversation would soften them. It's the ability to understand what is needed to be brought to a conversation that would effectively heal it. So it's literally the energy diagnosing the situation by being able to articulate upon what it would take to allow something to move into a state of easement. And that's usually a healthy space because it's being able to identify and recognize what the manifestation goal is and being in a space of being able to help you to talk about it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Knight of Wands in its upright. I'm going to say it again. One of the things that we see here, and it's been coming through a lot in the readings, a healthy manifestation is one that can be that can be shared by all. A healthy manifestation is one that can be mutually shared. I don't know how many. A healthy manifestation is one that can be mutually shared. A healthy manifestation is one that can be mutually shared. It's the most important thing. And a lot of the modality or experience that we see that's happening right now, recognizing and identifying this, don't proceed forward until you check your heart space, right? The modality of understanding that the work that we do is allowing for the context of being able to build into a state of betterment. And even in the context of relationship, right? This is why it's so important, because the way that we heal, right, is working into the context of healthy relationship. And you'll often notice this. I need to point this out. Even in the space by which another person tries to belittle another person, when you recognize someone who hears the space of another person getting conscientious or concerned about relationship and being like, oh my gosh, you're like, oh, you're so upset, like you're so obsessed with talking about relationship. Pay attention. This whole experience is the modality of navigating the correlation of energy against energy. Everything is about relationship. And the modality by which it's not a small thing, right? And it's painful that we don't talk more about it. We work really fundamentally in speaking upon learning how to read, how to write, right? How to do things. But the modality by which we understand the nature of carrying our heart space and how we effectively build into healthy relationship, that builds into the thing that we need to do at every moment. And the understanding that we should have a healthy obsession about relationship. Because when you're in a healthy relationship, it is literally being in the space of bliss, being mutual obsession that builds into the fabric of healthy partnership. But, and that's the thing about it, if we're not good with our own energy, we'll constantly be seeking something like that. And then we'll be looking to the world to deliver it, failing to recognize that it isn't something that you're given. It's something that you work towards. It's something that you energetically earn. The modality of looking for partnership is not an outside journey. It's an internal one. Because the more that you're able to work on this, the more that you can find it outside of the self. And I feel like that's a lot of the energy that it feels, and I keep on hearing, especially for the energy in solitude, like working into the context of doing that work and then hearing someone say, nobody wants a relationship anymore, and being like, does nobody want a relationship anymore? Or is the fact that you are articulating that you're looking for a relationship that isn't actually a qualifier of a healthy partnership, but just the state by which another person exists to serve your need? That is the lowest common denominator of a relationship. There's no satisfaction to be found in the modality by which we are just there to serve each other's needs. And then you can't say, oh, I don't understand this. I'm just looking for someone to serve my needs. And then you find and go, this does not look like that relationship. Why am I so miserable? Why am I so miserable in this relationship? I found someone to serve my needs. Because that is not what a relationship is for. And the more that we start to stop looking at relationship as the space by which our needs are met, and more the space by which we become more of who we are, that is why we build into it by going inwards. We don't look for it. We become the force that would effectively attract it towards us. And it takes work. It takes a lot of that and you also have to be very, very welcome You have to, in that space, you also have to welcome rejection. Because I guarantee you, in the modality by which you are building into, you will walk into a space being another person's manifestation. You will be everything that that person has ever dreamed of. And if they have not navigated the ability to feel the things that they've never felt before, they will energetically wreck it. Because again, it's not just asking for things. It's about being energetically prepared for the feelings that come along with it. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way that you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who came to our most recent tarot class. We've got tarot class this week. Our next tarot class will be held tomorrow at 6 p.m. PST. 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the world card. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material as a monthly subscriber and access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions about anything that we've learned and studied thus far. I do my best to give you a recap on everything we've studied. If this is the first class you'll be attending, you'll be in a perfectly good space. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, but you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified you'll also be able to go there to learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August. I would like to invite you to join me between August 8th through 13th, where we will be studying the tarot in the locationality by which the tarot was first discovered or documented to be discovered. We will be traveling to Italy to sharpen our tarot skills, and everyone who participates in that retreat will not only be receiving one-on-one personal education from me, but you will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journeys and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. I also want to let you guys know that if on top of my standard life, and you can find all of that over on my stack. And if you sign up now, this month, we are offering a $200 discount to anybody who registers. So if you'd like to secure that discount, make sure that you sign up sooner rather than later. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal
as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter today, and you will be the fourth person read for. And congratulations to Bridget. You got second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and My Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical, and happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Welcome to those that are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. Hope you guys are having a beautiful day as well. If you are joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in My Lio. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Welcome, Adam. Welcome. Good to see you, Avatar. I love that donut. It's so cute, dear. And Tempest, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 5th person read for. Hi there, and welcome as well. Hello there, KT, Grand Rising. Thank you as well, Avatar. Good to see you today. And oh, what jingle am I breaking out? What's the dream jingle? Alexandra, thank you for getting on the, oh, my pen. Hold on a minute. Oh, all right. Thank you, Alexandra, for getting on the list. You'll be the 5th person read for today. If anybody else wants to get on the list today, you'll be the 6th person read for. Hold on a moment. I would have, yep. And thank you as well, Ivana. Good to see you. I know. Oh yeah, I know. Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yes. Hilarious. It was hilarious. Wait till she finds out. Missy, thank you for the follow. Yes, Mystica. We just finished the collective. We're moving into personal readings right now. And thank you, Carrie, for the follow. Hi there, Andre. How are you doing today? Happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. Thank you for those hashtags, Bridget. Quiet. What do I mean by moon relationships and temperance relationships? I'm happy to clarify. So the way that we read into energy here is we see relationship cycles. So depending on when you enter into union, you're usually focusing on working on certain aspects in relationship. So the most recent relationship cycle that we saw that was occurring were the moon relationships, and that was happening between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the present. The period before that was the temperance relationships that was coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the time of the solstice period this summer. And the one before that is the magician relationships, which were coming together between the time of the solstice during the summer up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. We've got a new one that's picking back up. It hasn't, we're transitioning right now, which is why there might be a little bit of a feeling of a rut state or like working through some transitional energy. But usually the path work builds on into the frequencies. So we're getting indications on what the next energetic cycle is going to look like. I hope that helps, dear. And we usually stop. I mean, we could continue forward. There's been ones beyond that, but we'd be here all day if we were continuing to read into everyone. So we usually do those 3 as they continue to move forward. Ricky actually articulated, that's what I needed to hear, a healthy relationship to navigate. I'm so glad that you found something here that was helpful today, Ricky. And thank you as well, Purple. Grand Rising, Jane. Jana, good to see you today. And thank you, Tony, for the follow. Oh, thank you, Jess. I do my best here. And thank you for being here. Shout out to your Nana, too. Minnie, grateful for my slow seasons. Tap to claim. I love that energy. It is. It's BYOJ. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's BYOJ. Yeah, it's bring your own joy. Absolutely. Grand Rising, Ella. Yep. And Sarah, happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. And again, Sarah, I'm happy to read for you, but please don't continue to put the same question in the chat space. It's not courteous to those who are trying to communicate with the chat. The way we have personal readings here is you just send the donation, which would be $29 or more for non-subscribers. Thank you for that beautiful gift, Trishina. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Jazz, preach to the choir, sending you so much support, dear. I'm about to enter a busy season. I'm going to miss this cozy season. It's going to this next, yeah, here's the thing I need to point out. These moon relationships came together during like a lot of it was a lot of convoluted energy. Things feel like they're about to pick up in a big way, Yep. No separation, just solitude. Oh, thank you, dear. I do my best. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages, Jess. I like that, passing the batons to each other. What a beautiful way of describing it. We do have tap to claim, Lisa. Stephen, a reading for non-subscribers is 3 cards for $29 or more, dear. Binks in my Lio. Go have your nap, Vinny. I'll be here. This is so on point. Thank you so much for receiving these messages, Patisse. And if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Sharon, thank you for the follow. Last week, I fell asleep to my voice and I heard her. You heard me in your dreams? I consider it, listen, I will never be offended if you fall asleep. It is humans to fall asleep. Here's the thing about it. To fall asleep in the presence of another energy is the highest compliment because it means that we feel energetically safe. So I'm very honored that being in this space makes you feel at ease enough to sleep. I'm never going to be upset by it. I appreciate it. Absolutely. Grand Rising, Allie. And thank you. Hi there, Adanma. I'm not sure who that person is that you're referring to. And Alexandra, I hope you're doing well. Looking forward to our reading, dear. Thank you as well, Allie. Thank you as well for those gifts, Avatar. I appreciate you. Hi there, Nikki. Who's going to tell her? Who's going to tell her? I'm not going to tell her. Who's going to tell her? That was fantastic. Welcome, Avatar. And Allie, thank you for the follow. Oh, yeah. Okay. Bridget broke it to you. Okay. I'm going to have to rewatch that one for sure. Thank you, dear. If you missed the Daily Collective, it will be up on the place where we keep the videos. Unfortunately, I'm sad to say that we did have a bit of an issue with the stack stream today. The stack stream today was not being very, the stack stream today, much like the stream on the place where we keep the photos, is acting up right now. So if you want the actual, uncompromised stream, you can probably find that over on the place where we keep the videos and over, I will have the upload of the actual podcast up on Stack once I resolve the issue that we were having with the live stream there. So I apologize for anyone that experienced any issues in those streams over on the place where we keep the photos and over on the Stack. I'm sad that was occurring. How are you doing today, Julia? Good to see you, dear. And Kat, thank you so much for those gifts. Excellent, Julia. They're moving along for sure and woke up feeling a bit sad, but that's normal. Sending you so much support on that journey, Julia. How are you? Good to see you. Blessed Rising, Billy. Good to see you as well. Iris, thank you for the follow. And hold on a minute, lost my spot. And Pork Chop, thank you for the follow. I love your username. Where were we? Hi there, Kath. Good to see you today. And one moment, please. I'm just reading back up. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing anybody's comments. Thank you again, Alexandra. My observation, my observation for today is people are crazy. I mean, here's the thing. They shouldn't be, right? Like we when we're in a healthy space, we work to make our crazy make sense, right? When we're in a healthy space, crazy in the best way possible, right? That's the type of energy we're seeing right now. Oh, I know. That was so wild, Nikki. Yeah, sending you support. And thank you, Trishinia, for those beautiful gifts. I appreciate you. I have a sleep wake I know. And you know, here, Bridget, I'm so glad that you're finding clarity on that. And thank you for helping us be supportive of you as you continue that journey. And thank you for sharing your journey with the collective, right? That's the beautiful thing as we like navigate our healing, as we help each other along the way. So thank you. Yes, and Patisse, thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages as well. Yes, I think so. Yes. I think we've all napped on this live at least once. I take that as the highest compliment, Alexandra. And thank you again for the follow, Pork Chop. I know it's frustrating, you know, because like I feel more frustrated for those that are trying to tune in, because when the stream isn't reliable, then it's hard to be able to it's hard to be able to go anywhere else, right? So that, I mean, hopefully they'll be able to figure out what's going on there so that it becomes more reliable. And thank you, Danielle, for the follow. Absolutely. Hi there, Sarah. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the 5th person read for. The list is currently, I am going to read the list. Also, a reminder to anybody who is on the hold list who would like to get added back to the list. All you need to do is let me know the date by which you were put on the hold list, and I will be happy to add you back. I am going to read the list because we did have some individuals from yesterday that got back on the hold from yesterday. So I'm going to read the list right now. If you sent the donation and you're not on the list, send me your name and the initial where you sent the donation, and we will confirm the list. And if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, let me know the date that you were put on hold. And we are at 19.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting that reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. That said, first thing we're also, when we get to the other thing that's so funny, I've done that before as well. Thank you as well, Avatar. So the list I have right now for anybody that is participating is the list is Ava, Tempest, Ivana, Avatar, and Alexandra. I've got 5 more spots on the list for today before the list will be closed. And when we get to 50K, we'll do that giveaway, and we will also gift a reading back to the collective. Excellent. And Pork Chop, all you do to get on the list is head over to my profile. You'll find there the links in my bio that allow you to send a donation, and you can be added to the list. We read here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. The first person we are reading for today is going to be Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Ava's question, we are going to, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear energy. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And second call right now for Ava. I'm not sure if Ava's here right now. Engage. Thank you for the follow, dear. All right. If Ava is not here, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Tempest. Tempest or Ava? Tempest or Ava, what are you getting filtered on? What did you say? What are you doing, Nikki? What did you say this time that's getting filtered? I'll double check. Bear is just a big puppy. I like that. I like that perception. But I see frog there. What is happening? It's there. It's fine. That's so bizarre. I got you, Tempest. Good to see you. Is it bold? Huh. Okay. I'm going to make a note about it. I'll see if we can address it. All right. I've made a note about it. We'll see. We'll see if we'll see what's going on there. Okay. I saw this one. I saw the other one, Nikki. I saw you asking for them to come back. Tempest, and I pinned up Tempest here, friends. Tempest is going to be the first person we're reading for today. Make sure to give Tempest some love. Thank you again, dear. I really appreciate your patience in having your reading. You will have an additional card in your reading. And let's see, what do we have here? One moment, please. I'm confused. All right. So the first thing that we want to articulate is that we never look, before we have this reading, Tempest, we never look to the cards to make decisions for us, right? The cards are there to give us insight in relationality to the direction in terms of how to navigate situations or to understand obstacles. We never look towards the cards to determine our decisions. We hold on to our autonomy as we work with the cards as guide. So that said, I'm happy to read for that. Why don't we talk a little bit? Why don't we do a reading to understand what the potential energetic issue is to help fortify the conversation as it relates to how to heal partnership? So that said, and it's, oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm already getting some indications on this. Yes. Okay. Can I please get, and one moment before we continue. Can I please get 4 cards around the circumstance or situation? And 2 more, please. And 1 more. And thank you for your patience. You're getting an additional card. You know, there's something really interesting. You have to address a disparity. You have to address a disparity that I'm seeing here. And I keep on, and the one thing I keep on identifying, and I think that this is really important, is I keep on hearing, like I keep on, and I feel like it's interesting too, because I feel like it's a conversation that you need to have before you move deeper into relationship. is what I keep on seeing. And the disparity that I energetically am identifying has to do with and it's funny because I just keep on hearing the same word coming up, which is recognizing a disparity or recognizing a disparity. And the disparity that I see that comes through is the understanding or the relationality of working through the context that every relationship is different in the space by which, and I keep on seeing this, the understanding of what we give forth is not always exactly equal, but that we work towards that in the space by which we work towards something not being equal, we work to heal an inequality is what I keep on getting. There's something really important about that I'm energetically seeing. And the best way I can describe this is the modality by which we understand. And I keep on hearing the false positive in terms of someone. I keep on hearing the false positive in terms of someone trying to cut something in half. But the thing is, in the modality by which someone cuts something in half, that feels like it doesn't feel like a big deal to them, versus when someone has less than another person, it feels like I keep on hearing their half is their everything, is what I keep on seeing, right? The modality or the experience by which we recognize that. And I like to point this out. When we are having a healthy relationship, we are very invested in addressing the inequality that we often enter partnership in, is what I keep on hearing. And the modality by which, and I like to point this out, when we address the inequality that we often arrive into relationships with, we identify that we're giving each other, I keep on hearing, we're giving each other that energetic leg up, is what I keep on seeing, right? The modality by which I keep on hearing, it's like you and another person energetically confronting the elephant in the room as it relates to where they might find themselves versus where you yourself may find yourself to be. And I keep on seeing that the thing that we might need to energetically, I feel like it does feel like there's a little bit of shadow work that might need to happen there in helping like I keep on hearing, like, in helping another person see that like I keep on getting this this proportionality in relationality to I don't know why I keep on hearing the difference between frugal and desperate, which is the modality, and I feel like this is like what you might want to talk to someone about, because it's very hard to, and this is what we often talk about working to heal a lack mindset. The modality by which another person feels energetically pressed because they're worried, like I keep on hearing, like the space by which they're worried because their cushion is feeling pressed versus the modality of someone that is literally operating without a cushion, is what I keep on seeing. Like that is the type of, I feel like that is something that if there's something there between you and another person that is happening in that capacity, I feel like you need to have that conversation sooner rather than later. Because it almost, and I keep on hearing, don't give up on something until you've made someone aware of it, is what I keep on seeing. Don't give up on something until you've made someone aware of it. Because it feels to me like I'm literally reading into somebody who has a blind spot on it, right? like a little bit, it feels like a little bit of an energetic blind spot. I often see this. I often read for energy like this with someone that has always been, who was raised comfortably, right? The modality by which, and again, it's a blessing to be raised comfortably, but I keep on hearing the difference between being raised comfortably, right? The difference between being raised comfortably and always feeling an energetic feeling of anxiety about the comfortability that's already surrounding the self versus, right? Versus those who've experienced trauma in relationality to like working through like what I keep wondering, like working into the space of understanding what true desperation means, right? This sometimes breaks. This sometimes breaks a relationship, is what I keep on seeing. Because I almost see the context between you and another person having vastly different experiences in relationality to as like how you were raised, or not, but not just how you were raised, but the problems that you were facing in the context of growing. And I keep on seeing, and that's what I meant about addressing, right? Having to address the disparity. And the hard part about that, and this is what's hard to communicate, and I want to kind of describe this, and I want to put this in the way as delicately as possible. We always, when we've navigated hardship, okay, when we've navigated hardship, we have to recognize that the hardship that we've experienced is always articulated as the hardest thing that we've ever faced, right? That is the effective floor that we're navigating from. And the modality by which I keep wondering, the modality by which we are respective of the fact that another person's hardship was the hardest thing that they ever faced, but also taking into consideration, and this is what's so different when we have different environmental backgrounds, that another person's hardest moment may have at another point of time been another person's aspiration. That's the type of disparity that I'm seeing here. Like the modality, and this can sometimes break a relationship, the modality by which another person articulates and saying, this was the hardest point I've ever faced. And another person saying, your hardest point was a place I was striving to get, right? The hardest point that you're articulating that you've ever experienced. And then this is how you can calibrate for that. If you have to have a conversation with another person, right? In the delicacy that is effectively needed to recognize a disparity. This is how you help them. You say, I want you to understand, and I mean this gently, right? I don't mean this in a derogatory way. I don't mean this in an offensive way, but I want you to understand that what you describe as your worst moment, I was trying to get to. That was my dream. Like the space by which you say that was the hardest moment, you being like, I would have done that. That was my son. That was my Sunday. That was my everyday. Whatever you're articulating that you said was your lowest moment, you being like, that's where I started. And the modality by which we recognize the disparity is how we can hold empathy, right? This is how we can hold empathy for the recognition that we are respectful, right? We hold empathy. We hold deep empathy for the hard moments that we have. And we don't need to have experience. Like, we don't need to have had experience it. We don't have to experience something to understand it. But there is the context by which we recognize sometimes that the shape of our trauma is another person's blessing. The modality by which we understand, like that is, and we are hurt by that disparity. And so I feel like there's something about that I want to make sure that you are energetically addressing before you move deeper into connection with this person. Because and that's what I meant in relationality to something that I see in terms of someone saying like an equal share. Because I keep wondering, if you are much further beyond, if you're much further behind on where another person is beginning your journey, like splitting something in half is not equal, because it doesn't allow you the opportunity. And I like to point this out. When we're in healthy relationship, we're building into allowing each other the context by which we can catch up with each other. I want you to write that down. And this is what you can identify feels proportional. When we are in healthy relationship, we give each other the opportunity to catch up with us. That is the conversation that you need to have before you move deeper into the investiture of the relationship. If you're not in the same space, and especially, and it's not something that would be too hard, if it's something that you yourself would eagerly give them, if the situation were different, saying to each other, sit down and say, how do we catch up? Right? How do we energetically catch up? How do we feel? How do we come into the space by which you feel as energetically comfortable as I do? Because what you want to effectively do is that is the work that you need to do to help address the energetic disparity between you. And I keep on seeing, if it's already putting a strain on the relationship, bottom of the deck, moving deeper into connection at this time without addressing would potentially break it. If it's already putting a strain, moving into in the investiture, deeper into connection, might just snap it in half, is what I keep on seeing. So make sure, if you're already feeling that, communicate upon it. And hopefully something that I've articulated to you to say right now will help fortify that conversation. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you'd like to get on the list for today, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. We are doing here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is necessary for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And Tempest, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yes. If we're settling on trauma bond together. Well, no, absolutely no settling on a trauma bond. No settling on a trauma bond. Yes. TT has a problem with my frog. That sounds so, I don't know why, it just sounds so wrong out of, I mean, is there any way that does not sound wrong? How are you doing there? Tempest, of course. I have certain feelings about what I should do, and this is more for reassurance. And maybe getting any additional insight that I'm not quite seeing myself. I hope that helps, dear. This is a lot to take in. You gave me a reading last month, and desperation was a theme in it too. But this is what this is what I keep on seeing. And here's the thing we have to understand: we cannot fault someone, right? Like, it's a modality by which you cannot fault someone if they haven't needed to take a desperate view on things, right? Like, the modality by which we have to see things from a space of desperation is rarely one that we would be like eager for another person to experience. But we have to I feel like it's you almost saying to someone, I want you to understand that you might like the difference between like the space, like, you don't want to ever feel like you're in a desperate strait as it relates to making a decision in relationship, right? It should be able to do something from a point of sure footing. Yeah, that is, thank you for, yes, it is recorded. Thank you. Yes, Tempest, if you missed anything about it. It'll be up on the place where we keep the videos and on the place where we keep the photos. But I have to stress to you, I'm not sure if the integrity of the photo feed will be clear because I'm having connectivity issues on it. So I would encourage you to head over to the place where we keep the videos if you want to see the full reading. So hopefully they'll be able to address and correct that. Thank you, dear. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Nikki. I appreciate you. Good food for thought. Thank you, Avatar. Lucy, yes, I've got you on the list, dear. So good to see you today. And that was very loaded. That was loaded. I got to process it. Thank you so much. It was hard, right? Because and I wanted, the thing that I was reading on, it wasn't that the reading was loaded. It feels like the conversation is a charged conversation, right? And a charged conversation is often one that feels like it's difficult to talk about. And I was basically getting pointers on how to have a charged conversation. Yep, and thank you, Esteban. Good to see you today. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. We are going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, I'm still looking for Ava. Ava, if you're here, let me know. Ava or Ivana. Ava or Ivana. Ava or Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. Thank you, Ivana. I see you there. And friends, if you want to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the 4th person read for. And we're also at 25K. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. In the meantime, before we start Ivana's reading, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. Thank you guys for participating. We will do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Ivana. Make sure that you guys give her some love. And we're doing a dream interpretation. I'm not going to stop. I love doing this. It could use work. It could use work. It could use work. All right, where are we? 1 minute. Let me pull it up. I see it there. I see it that time. I like the fact that you're just doing, it's kind of funny, Nikki. It's like you're doing frog experiments in the chat space. Is what I keep on seeing. All right, where were we? All right, I just need to pull up Ivana's dream and we will get started. And just a reminder to anyone joining us, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. I'm going to pull up Ivana's dream here. And if you would like access to our subscriber-only disco channel, your superfan status will make you eligible to enter the disco. And you can message me directly from this live with a disco gift if you are a superfan, and I'll be happy to send you that invite. All right, I am pulling up. Got it. Where'd you put it? Got it. All right, perfect. There's a frog conspiracy. Oh my gosh, you're cracking me up, Nikki. All right, let me just pin you up here. Guys, make sure to give Ivana some love. Okay. And here's the dream. This dream happened 2 weeks ago. A female voice on my left was whispering something. When she finished, a male voice would whisper in my right ear. I couldn't understand what they were saying, just whispers and mumbles. I could kind of see them, but at the same time, I couldn't. While I was hearing them whisper, there was a golden square-shaped book in front of us. To me, it looked like a book, but it was solid gold. It was floating and slowly turning. The background of the dream space was completely white. And then I heard the number 235 and I woke up. Can I get 4 cards, please? And one more. Oh, you got, okay, yeah, extra card, sorry. Oh God, I love the tarot. So I just want to show you. I mean, I think you can see these cards, but I just want to show you that I love the tarot because they just created the tableau of the dream. So I'm going to show you how the cards just created the tableau of what you described in the dream space. So we've got the energy on the left, okay? And we've got the Page of Wands, right? With the Emperor here in its reversal, okay? And then we've got the Knight of Pentacles in its upright with the Justice card in its reversal. And then we've got between them, we've got the Ace of Cups in its reversal. So this is a guide dream related directly to your Akashic record. And the thing about the Akashic record, in some circumstances, is the acknowledgement point of releasing energetic information to the self, right? The Akashic record is often where a lot of our downloads come from. And the thing about it is when we're navigating our energetic journey, there are modalities or experiences by which we feel energetically ready to receive more about our record effectively, right? It's the modality of the observation that what we recognize as our downloads is often the modality by which the guides are like, I think they're ready for that now, right? It's like it's a modality by which they identify or articulate upon the energetic readiness that we have in relationality to arriving towards understanding of things. So it's beautiful because it's a beautiful dream that is being brought forth from your guides to show you the circumstance by which they're currently navigating in relationality to your own Akashic record, which is being represented in the book, in the form of the golden book that's before you. Now, I need to point out, it's very important about the fact that the book isn't open, right? The book is in front of you. And what do you have beside you? You've got basically 2 different guides. And the modality by which you're working through that, and I think it's really important that you identified the fact that you articulated that it felt, that you identified the fact that you said that you had 2 different frequencies beside you. You had feminine energy on your left, and you had masculine energy on your right. So this would be indicative of the fact that often in the context by which we're working to heal ourselves is the modality by which we're working to heal the masculine and feminine energy that is within us. And the way that we can usually articulate upon the fact that we're building into that healing is via the healthy communication in the facilitation point between. So this is being represented by the guides to you in the dream space by having the feminine energy that is being articulated on the left. And I will point out that often there are those who sometimes like to associate the left side of things with more of the feminine energy. So that feels very much that feels very connected to that. And the space of the right. Now, what's really important about that is one wasn't trying to talk over the other, right? It wasn't the fact that they weren't trying to reach over you. They weren't trying to yell at each other, right? They were communicating. What were they doing, right? They were both murmuring things, right? They were both murmuring things in both of your ears. So that is indicative of the fact that you're working, right? Like this is the work that you see that you're having right now in working to balance that via the path work of healthy energetic communication, the space of being in alignment. So I would be I feel like what's effectively happening there is the understanding of you working towards that balance point. Because when you're working into that balance point, it allows you to move further into the understanding of the self. So I wouldn't be surprised right now if you feel that you are doing a lot of work in facilitating healthy communication, potentially in the realm of your relationship, not just the singular relationship, but in the relationships all around you, because that modality that we see that you're trying to strike, like you're trying to strike a healthy balance, is allowing for the space of being energetically proportional as it relates to feeling the state of being energetically ready to receive more information, which is why we see that in the dream space the book was there. And what's beautiful about that, and I like to point this out, the modality, like the space by which I want to describe it too, because I'm seeing even in the space by which it's before you, but you don't feel the urgency of reaching for it, right? Like the modality, but you're not like, oh my God, give me that. Like you're not even in the space, like you're not even in the space by which you're trying to reach out to it. But the space by which you're energetically observing it is also the fact that the book is you. So this is you arriving to the understanding of yourself. And the thing about understanding the space by which we arrive to the understanding of ourselves is we work to energetically embody it, right? We just come into the space by which we feel energetically good with it. So this is saying to me, like this whole dream is effectively, it is a beautiful way that the guides are effectively showing you the work that you're doing to heal your own energy, right? And they're effectively articulating upon the fact of being able to show you in the dream space how far you've come. Because we've got, again, the modality by which you articulated that you felt feminine energy on the left, right? Which is, again, the feminine energy connection, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. You've got that masculine energy on the right, but they've reached that perfect balance point, right? They're not trying to talk over one another, but they're building into the context of accordance and relationality to the understanding of the self that creates that balance point that is then allowing you to effectively see the book before you. The ability of being able to heal that energetic space that allows you to move further into the understanding of the self, because you're not trying to heal the relationship between them. You're reaching that accordance point in terms of the fact that they've reached that balance point, like within the self. So this is talking, this is in a way a message from the guides that is articulating either the aspirational point, right, in relationality to where you're trying to reach within your own context of self, or celebrating how far you have come, right? Because that modality is effectively articulating, and I like the fact that we see the book there. This is articulating that there was potentially something in that record that was identifying that that was some of the work that you were trying to achieve and maintain here. So in a way, the dream itself is kind of a form of congratulations, because they're showing you, right? They're showing you how the guides perceive something that you've been working upon healing energetically. Bottom of the deck, as I mentioned with that, the bottom of the deck on this reading is the World card. The like it's interesting too, because there's a little bit of that energetic anticipation there, correct? Like we see a little bit of that anticipatory energy that is characteristic of the dream space, right? That feeling of a relationality or working through what happens next. But the modality by which we articulate upon, and I like to describe this, the modality by which we operate or recognize what happens next is often the amplification of being able, and I feel like in a way, this is almost saying to me, like I would also identify this as you healing, like working into the space of energetically, remember how I articulated that in some of your that you've been having a lot of those dreams that are helping you be able to perceive or build into the context of perception in relationality to how you're seeing things, but not just how you're seeing things, how energy outside of the self would have perceived something. I feel like this is a continuation of that energetic work, because I also feel like what you were seeing there was the context of the higher self perceiving you. So the thing about this dream is you have to recognize that it is happening on multiple dimensional levels. So from the context of the self, it is a modality that almost feels like it is energetically congratulatory to help you articulate and amplify how far you yourself have come. But in the space of the higher self, this is the perception of the higher self that was looking at you, because that's the higher self looking at you as the book. And the book, in terms of the energy of feeling proud, right? The modality by which the energy, right? The fact that the higher self perceives you as a gold book is the modality by which you're working on building into the sensor space of recognizing your own preciousness. So this is talking a lot about the journey of self-love, either how much it's taken for you to arrive at that point, working to balance those energies within the self, identifying the difference between an external and external problem, but also recognizing the higher self that's giving you a message of love by articulating and showing you how precious you are to them, by showing you the perception of the fact that they perceive you as a golden book, which is a book that is like something that is filled with nothing but love or nothing but energetic preciousness, right? It is the observation of the higher self saying, do you recognize how precious you are to me? I see you as a book that is golden. So thank you so much for sharing that reading with that dream with me and allowing me the ability to read for it. I will also point out that you said that you heard the number 235, and this is also important. So in the context of dreams, we can't read numbers or words. So the modality by which you articulated that you said that you heard the number 235, I need to point out, when you add 2, 3, and 5 together, you effectively get the number 10, which leads you to a 1, which is the articulation of basically being able to amplify or articulate to you the fact that you've potentially reached the space by which you've successfully closed a karmic cycle. And the modality, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's even the modality by which you might not recognize that you're aware of it. Is what I keep on seeing. The modality by which you're potentially recognizing that you're not aware of it in the space, and I like to describe this because the thing with those numbers adding up to 10 is that they feel very disparate, right? Like 2, 3, and 5. Like 2 is a number about unity. 3 is the number about feeling stable within the self, and 5 is the work that we navigate to address conflict. So the reason that we see that 2, 3, 5 is important in the context here is it's basically understanding the work that you are trying to do that was required in order to arrive to that situation, which is 1, 2, building into healthy union with someone that energetically appreciates you. 3, right, feeling the energetic stability point and recognizing and identifying and feeling energetically stable with where one finds oneself, building into the present. And 5, being in the space of not putting up with stuff is what I keep on seeing. 5 being like, no, not on, like, it's working into the space of having like a little bit of that energetic space of saying like, no, that's not okay. Being able to speak up when one needs to speak up. So that's like talking about, like, that's working into the space of identifying what that work has felt like to you. Because the thing about it is, I would not be surprised if you say to me right now, you're like, I don't feel like I did. And I'm like, exactly why you did it is what I keep on hearing. The modality by which you say, I don't feel like I did anything is the modality by which the energy goes, that's exactly, like, that's the, like that, yeah, exactly. I keep on seeing the energy going, saying, thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments came through as I was reading. And if anybody else, if you would like to also have a dream interpreted, you can include that information on the dream in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Excellent. And Nico, thank you for the follow, dear. Hi there, Tina. How are you doing today? Ephraim, thank you for the follow as well. And Patisse, thank you for the follow. Just a reminder, if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. This was not a, yep. Oh, interesting. I love when someone knows their craft so well, they see the humor in its genius. Thank you. I'm usually, I know, this is why I'm laughing. This is why I laugh so much. This is why I laugh so much when I do tarot. I'm like, oh yeah, that tracks. How are you doing today, Tina? Yes, I could go so many places with that. And thank you, channeling, for those heart me's. I can keep on working on that deck. I love that high priestess you're putting together. Keep up the good work. How you doing today? I'm here. Don't need to fret. Welcome, dear. Good to see you. And Nico, thank you for the follow. Channeling has some beautiful examples of the deck that they're currently creating over on our stack. I mean, over on our disco. You can find it there if you are a super fan. Thank you so much for sharing them, dear. They're absolutely beautiful. And thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Guys, make sure to give channeling some love. What do I mean when I say modality? Okay, so modality, what we mean by modality is a way of effectively viewing, thinking, or perceiving something. So there are different modalities by which we can address situations. So there's the perception. Basically, I like to describe that modality is the perception by which we arrive into a situation, right? So when we identify the fact that we go through an experience, and then there are different modalities of thought that we can bring forth in relationality to how we perceive that experience. So that's what I effectively mean when I articulate the space modality. Now, there may be others who utilize it in different ways, because the thing with the word modality is it's literally characterized as something that is adaptable. It speaks upon modes, and modes are mental nodals. So it's a mental nodal, basically. It's a node that we tap into to perceive and to understand something. I hope that helps. Hi there, Jacob. Good to see you today, and thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Yes, that was so on point. No, thank you for sharing it with me. What an incredible dream to have. Like, what a beautiful, beautiful dream. Thank you so much for giving me the ability to be able to read upon it. Yes, I totally fell asleep last night and woke up in yours at 2 a.m. Oh, that's wild. I'll be posting them there too. Please do. Angie, you're so welcome. I hope that helps. We're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today, I'm still looking for Ava. If Ava is not here, the next person we are going to be reading for today is Avatar. Avatar, thank you so much for those beautiful gifts during the live. You have won the free reading for the highest gifter today. If you could let me know if you would like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer, just let me know. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Ooh, we're doing a general. I like it. And I'm going to pin you up. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the Earth Dragon. Thank you so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And honestly, Tiff, not too far off. I gotta admit, I can see it. I can see it. You know, I can see how your mind might have gone to Newt. I get it. Hi there, Flair. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Tiff. Excellent. All right. And I'm going to pin up here. Guys, make sure to give Avatar some love. 4 cards for Avatar, please. Highest priority messages. I mean this. I mean this with all the love of my heart. And I think it's coming strongly from an ancestor that's watching a situation. Your BS detector is working just fine. You take that any way that you want to take that. You take that any way that you want to take that. All I keep on hearing, and it's coming from an ancestral, your BS detector is fully operational, is all I keep on hearing. Your BS detector is fully online, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know who's making you second guess yourself. I don't know who's making you. Like I see, and I keep on hearing, if someone's twirling around, you have to make it clear that you are not dancing, is what I keep on seeing. You know what? And sometimes, and I got to tell you right now, sometimes the best way to address situations like that is to say, silly me. I'll be more careful about that going forward. I know, like, whatever this is I'm seeing, better to know. Better to know is all I keep on hearing. Better to know. Especially when somebody, like, I'll never understand when somebody is silly like this. I will never ever understand. All I will say is often when I see silliness like this, somebody has lost all autonomy of themselves. I keep on hearing, whose autonomy is this? You should pity that person, is what I keep on seeing. I know it's sad. I know it's energetically sad. But the modality, like the space by which I see, and it says to me, and it's interesting too, because it almost like, and I know it's going to sound kind of like, I know it's going to sound, and it's interesting because it's all coming through an ancestor, and it's a conversation that says, if somebody has such a life of misery that they can find no joy in it, but being capricious, like, this is the message is coming through from the ancestor. If somebody has so much misery, in their own experience, that they can find no other joy than committing what they consider delightful caprices on everyone around them, let them have, and I keep on, and this is the ancestor saying this, let them have that middling experience, is what I keep on hearing. I got to say that full thing over again because it's coming directly from an ancestor. Write it down. If somebody has no greater joy in their life than delighting on the tiny caprices that they feel that they can commit on another person, let them have that middling. And they're utilizing the term, let them have that middling experience, is all I keep on hearing. And I keep on seeing the modality by which you perceive it, right? I keep on getting, don't let it rock you. Let it create a lot of empathy in you, is what I keep on seeing. Don't get angry about it. Hold it, even like it's It's because I'll tell you right now, when our ancestors see us behaving like that, they weep. When our ancestors see us behaving like that, they weep. We go through the frustration of it. They're laughing, and it has to do, they're giggling, and their ancestors wept. Right? We navigate the sting, they giggle, the ancestors weep. Because the modality by which, right? The modality by which, and I keep on hearing, nothing is ever missed. You have to understand this from the context of spirit. Spirit sees everything. Spirit sees everything. And so a lot of that modality, whatever I'm seeing here, you know, I often see it, and this is the thing about it, I often see it with energy that has decided, like I keep on hearing, like, and it's funny too, because I almost hear somebody saying like they insist the fact that they're atheist. And it's funny because spirit's like, you know, spirit's like, if you want to think that for now, I keep on hearing for now, they go for now, you know, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I keep on hearing them go. They go for now. Because, and the reason that I keep on hearing the reason ancestors weep is when they cross over, they're usually in for a very rude awakening. Is all I keep on hearing, right? The modality by which they energetically cross over. And they're usually, I keep on hearing when someone, when someone drops that file on them, you know, and that this is like, that's the look they give them. You know, like it's like that's what I'm kind of, and that's the thing about it. Like, I feel like it's really hard because and that's what I meant in terms of like, it's interesting because I keep on getting the message. It's not a good sign, right? It's very, very detrimental when I'm reading for someone and your spirit team isn't the person coming to talk to me. It's somebody else's spirit team telling me that they have your back on something. Because typically when I read for something like that, what they're not saying is the fact that spirit has turned their back on someone. And there is nothing there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse than that modality. Because when I say when I say somebody's on their own, like I feel like they're trying to give me indications that spirit tried to give somebody warnings, right? Like somebody was trying to, like somebody was giving some kind of warning not to bother, like to whatever this is, you know? But, and that's what I keep on hearing. Like the thing about it is they're just saying, like, I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing observe, don't absorb. Observe, don't absorb. It's not your job to teach anyone lessons. Even, I keep wondering, even if, and I don't know why they keep on saying, like, even, like, I just keep on hearing the same message from spirit. The spirit recognizes the fact that you're trying to energetically operate and somebody is continuing to persist upon something. Like, and they're just making it very clear that it is not going. I keep wondering, it is not going without notice. And I keep on getting it too. They're saying your giggle is blessed, is what I keep on hearing. Because they're saying your giggle is the best way to navigate what should be a sob. Their giggle, they're going, their giggle is the one. Like that whatever's, like, that's what I mean in relationality to something here. Like, and I keep on hearing like that, and that's the thing about it. They're even saying to me, the fact that you're giggling about it, they're going, they know how serious it is. Bottom of the deck on this reading. I don't know what's going on with you. And it's nothing about you. You're fine. I just need to stress this. But when I'm doing a reading like this and there's somebody, when I see energy like this upset in spirit, like I'm hearing somebody saying, that's not my, and they're claiming, they're like pointing to someone here and going like, I am, like, it feels like somebody
who is disavowing themselves in spirit from someone because they're going, that's not mine. Mine would not act that way, is what I keep on hearing. Like that is the level. Like I've got somebody in spirit whose hands are like shaking. And they all they keep on doing to me is they are conveying to you that they are incredibly sorry because they feel like they feel like they're partially responsible, though they're not. Everybody's responsible for their own choices, but they're articulating the fact that if they were here, they would be putting a stop to it. They would be putting a stop to it. And they're like, their hands are shaking because they are so upset about it. But again, and I think you're giving me confirmation that you know what I'm talking about here. So that's why I keep on hearing they're saying, don't worry about it. Like they've got it. they've got it is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. Oh. When we are doing personal readings right now, if you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards. I don't know what that was. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards. Somebody is upset. Somebody is very upset. I would not. All respect. All respect. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages. And the ancestors wept, man. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. You're so welcome, Jacob. Good to see you today. Hold on, Ivana. You're so welcome, dear. Excellent. You're welcome, Angie. I got you. Flair. Hi. You saw a tiger. Well, that energy, I want to point out, that energy can often feel similar to that as well. Never poisoning myself again. Tap to claim, Jacob. Tap to claim. And thank you as well, Vintage. It's so funny. I mean, it's not, you know, but that's the thing about it. That's what I'm seeing. Not the number of people here matching my battery percentage. Good to see you, channeling. Laurel. Yeah. I mean, I'm not even going to, I can't spill all the tea on it because somebody, I mean, so it's interesting because there's somebody in spirit that wants to spill the tea. Is what I keep on hearing. Like I hear somebody in spirit being like, if they want to, like there's somebody in spirit, there's somebody on their spirit team going, if they want to act funny, I can be hilarious. And that's what I meant when I read for something like that. I'm like, you know what I mean? And I keep on getting, especially, like I keep on hearing, especially, I don't know why I keep on hearing the word atheist. It feels like someone in spirit being like, I'm about to show them. Like I keep on hearing it, like I'm about to show them like what that nihilism gets them is what I was hearing. Like I literally have someone who's upset. Oh, continue to do that work, Jacob. You're so welcome, dear. Thank you as well for receiving these messages, Laurel. I'll take that as well. My BS detector is at full capacity. Yeah, that was what I kept like channeling. That's what I kept on seeing. Like, man, they're like, I'm not missing like, they're like, this is not, they're not, I keep on hearing somebody saying, I'm glad you're laughing about it because they don't think it's funny, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah. Better to know. I know it's unfortunate, but here's the thing. Those aren't your choices, right? Like that's the thing I think I keep on seeing, like, and that's the thing about it. Those are they're not your choices. It's their choices, you know? Thank you as well, Angie. Yeah, exactly. It's okay. Isn't it funny how someone's jealousy is actually, I mean, but it says to me, like, it's the thing, it's like, and I need to point this out, like, it feels like somebody doing something out of spite, you know? And here's the thing about it. Spirit's got like no room for spite, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I know. And it's hard when we see that channeling. And thank you for receiving these messages, Jacob. Yeah, and that's what you kind of got it there. Like it was like them saying, like, let them feel energetically satisfied. Nathan, so good to see you, dear. How are you? Do you sleep? How are you? I see you up so late working, and then you come. I appreciate it. So good to see you guys. Make sure to follow Nathan as well. Truly, truly wonderful spiritual worker as well. Good to see you today, dear. I hope you're well in this energy. Ancestor is great vocabulary. Actually, I was being discreet in relationality to what that energy was saying because they were not being as polite as what I was communicating. They had so much more choice words that I was choosing not to address. I have a vast vocabulary, I do. Some would argue too vast. That has been comforting to know lately. And I feel like that was the thing that's coming through so strongly about it. It really does feel like somebody who's trying to articulate to you. Like it feels like somebody from their spirit team trying to come through to apologize for something, which is never, it's not a good place to be when that's happening. Yeah. Thank you as well. Angie, I was just noting about that as I read. First 5 minutes, I'm able to linger. Oh, thank you, Angie. That means a lot to me. I do my best here. I didn't know that could happen. It can happen. It's not, I mean, it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. It only happens on rare occasions. But when it happens, it's not good. It's the worst. It's yeah, I keep trying to tell myself that. And I feel like, I feel like you probably like it, and the thing about it is if you've been getting signs on it, like especially if it feels like it's apology, I keep on getting it's their spirit team apologizing to you. Yeah. You're welcome, dear. Yeah, I think she's aware of what I'm speaking about per. Yeah, so this could be one of our spirit guides in this room. No, this is so what I'm picking up their channeling is someone is continuing to do something towards them and their spirit team is turning their back on them. Is what I was seeing there. Yeah, it's incredible. And thank you for receiving this message, Laurel. Yeah. And just reading, hold on. And that's why like it's not a laughing matter. Book recommendations. Oh, I've got so many, Angie. But if you go over to our subscriber only disco channel, we have a whole book recommendation section there. And typically, when I do mentorships with clients, we usually will start to have a library of study because the book I recommend would have a lot to do with what it is that you're working on, right? There's a lot of different books, so it's hard to be able to just say, oh, like you can't. It's not a patch situation, right? It's not like this book is what you need. There's no book. It requires a deeper understanding in trying to identify what it is that you're trying to work towards. Thank you as well, Billy. Spill the TOA spirit team. I know. I mean, and that's all you can do. Like, and I keep on hearing like the guides were, and then the fact that you said you do pray for them, like their guides hear your prayers to them, right? Like that's why they're saying thank you and we're sorry, because it's almost the amplification of someone saying they are also disappointed in them. Thank you so much, Nira. And Nikki, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Lucy. Yeah, that makes sense. Hi there, Nea. If I'm saying your name correctly, please feel free to correct me. Oh, the novel? I've read that novel. It's a beautiful novel. That was a beautiful book if you're talking about the fiction. Yeah, that was a beautiful novel. Really liked that one. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today, I'm still looking for Ava. If Ava is not here, the next person that we're reading for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Make sure, let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. Hi there, dear. How are you doing today? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Yeah, it is. It's such a beautiful book. The audiobook is very good too. And Alexandra, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I'm here. It's on the disco, but the connectivity is so bad. I'll pop back in to fix it. Okay, no problem. One moment, please. Listen, before we continue with the reading, are you saying that your connectivity is bad? Do you need to get somewhere better to be able to hear the reading? Because I can hold you if you need to be held. Just let me know what you'd prefer. Also, for anyone joining us right now, we're at 31.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're topping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Hi there, Len. These are donation-based readings, so if you would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation payment. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. Links in my bio. I got you, dear. Inside T. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got an animal spirit guide. We've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the 7. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And let me pull up here. We've got Inside T on this. So if you guys give me a moment so I can just read over the message before we continue the reading. Oh, I got you, dear. Yeah. I'm getting like all these scenes from Flashdance. Just before I even started. I'm getting like all these scenes from Flashdance. Can I get 4 cards, please? It's coming straight from your guide. And they're basically saying, that's really interesting. Who said that that's intimidated about you? They're saying that's really interesting. Who said that that's so intimidated by you? That's all I keep on hearing from your guide. That's interesting that they said that. I wonder why they're so intimidated by you. The song you will hear when somebody's intimidated by you is, are you sure you're supposed to be here? The song you will hear when someone's intimidated by you is, are you sure you're supposed to be here? The typical direction that one navigates when someone is not good at something is the modality by which you say, can I help you with that? The modality by which you say, is there, can I show you something? When you're actually concerned, the desire is to help another person learn. When you're actually concerned, the desire that is effaced is the desire that allowing another person to help you learn. Can I show you? Would you be receptive to some feedback? When someone is intimidated by you, are you really sure you're cut out for this? Are you sure you're cut out for this? I don't know if you're cut out for this. That is somebody saying to you, I am terrified of how good you are at something. Because you make me look bad. You're navigating another person's projections. You're perfectly, and I want you to understand the hard part about this, the modality by which you're recognizing what it takes has to do with the personalities that you're bumping into. You're in a space, and I like to point this out, you're in a space with big egos, and an unhealed big ego is what I keep on hearing. The environment that you're moving through right now it's saying to me, it has like, and it's not everywhere, but I just see specifically where you are, like the modality of navigating a big unhealthy ego, like the modality by which, like, and I like to point this out, a healthy ego is not intimidated by another healthy ego, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like that's the funny thing about it. It's not, I think the question you need to ask yourself is not what you desire to do, but where you're energetically desiring to do it. Because everything I keep on seeing there in relationality to the energy that I'm picking up on, and I just keep on hearing the same message from your guide, which says that when we're in a healthy space and we encounter another strong ego, we love that, right? We're like, oh, good, finally. like, you throw your hands up in the air. You're like, yes, right? It's a modality by which you navigate something from a point of celebration. But everything I keep on recognizing in relationality to where you're concentrating that work right now, or what I'm seeing is, and I want to describe this. I've got a lot, I see a lot of that energy that, at least in the space by which you're articulating, the energy that moved, like, I'm going to say this to you, and I think that you're going to understand it. And the way I'm gonna say these words to you, and I want you to write them down to help you understand the force of intention that you may be navigating right now. Because, and there's two different things happening, because we need to address what you're experiencing right now. And I just keep on hearing something from one of your guides, which is somebody saying, and this isn't you, but I almost hear somebody saying this to someone that you are working around. You don't get along with anyone, get behind the bar, is all I keep on hearing. You don't get along with anyone, get behind the bar, right? The modality, and I keep on hearing, the difference between someone that does something, right? The difference between someone that loves something so much that they feel the joy in doing it, right? The modality by which another person navigates something from a point of joy versus the modality of another person working through an energetic egoic space by which another person feels like they have to energetically isolate them. And it's not all of the energy. It's not all of the energy that is around you, is what I keep on seeing. But there's something about your ability to energetically discern the difference between energy that I keep on hearing. Are you having an issue around yourself, or are you energetically surrounded by energy that does not play well with others, is what I keep on hearing. And I think that there's something really important there, because it's coming through one of your guides, and it's the modality by which, and I keep on hearing, The modality by which another person looks you in the eye and says, are you really sure you're cut out for this? What you need to say, all I keep on hearing your guide say, does not play well with others. There it is. There they are. There they are. Theirs does not play well with others. there it is. You just there's the energy. Right? Like there it is. And I think so that's the first part of the reading that I'm seeing there, right? In relationality to the path work, I think that now is the important thing that you have to recognize is working through, I keep on hearing, identifying what your purpose is what I keep on seeing. And the modality by which, and I think that there's something important there because I feel like I see you trying to find your bliss state. And locationality is also important when we're working towards our bliss. It is important to notice the difference between what we can actually change versus places that don't pass the vibe check, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like that is your responsibility in relationality to navigating how to proceed further, right? And I like to point out that the difference between a place that does not pass the vibe check is the modality by which you energetically introduce something and another person says you are a welcome change here, right? Like oh my gosh, like you're such a breath of fresh air. Like the modality by which others are desperate for a vibe change, right? Is the proportionality by which we often have to navigate a little discomfort in the wake of changing an energetic vibe to a place. But if it feels like the modality by which it feels like, I keep on hearing, like the modality by which it feels like you're constantly an uphill battle and one that doesn't feel like it's energetically supported by those around you, it's okay. It's okay to say, I'm good at this, but this place does not pass the vibe check, right? Like I'm good at this, but not here, right? And that's the sad part because often that is the energy that is literally having a race to the bottom because the best thing, like the solution to all of their problems will literally walk into the room. Like I literally see the space by which you are the energetic solution to a situation that potentially is happening to a space as it relates to the vibe being bad. But the fact that the energy is giving you so much flack in being there is potentially, and you've been through this before, we've talked about it, right? Don't go praying for things and then the answer to your prayers comes walking in the door and then you immediately revile it. Every time on a dime, I keep on hearing, every time on a dime, right? Don't cry for help, and then the solution to your problems comes walking in the door, and then you shun them in the space by which they arrive. Never are, like, if you want change, you can't be afraid, right? What does Spirit say when it walks in the room? Don't be afraid, right? Don't be afraid of the changes. But that modality, like you've got, this place is on the brink of collapse. I don't know where this place is. They're on the brink of collapse. You were the antidote. But the fact that you are the antidote effectively walked into the room and they're pushing you out instead of recognizing that you are the antidote, whatever happens when you move away from that place, I keep on seeing, you did your best. You did your best. Right? And it's interesting too, because I feel like I got the guides being like, that's up to you. That's your call. They trust you on this, is what I keep on hearing. Focus on your purpose to make the diagnosis. Focus on your purpose to make the diagnosis. And that diagnosis is either saying, I need to kind of push through this because I can recognize the changes can happen. But I keep on hearing, you can't force someone to take good medicine. Right? If you're literally there being like, I'm trying to bring good medicine here. And they're like, get out of here. Whatever happens after you move from that point, I keep wondering, that's not on you, that's on them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list. The list is open. You will be the 1, 2, third person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And there's something, it's always amazing that the reflectiveness of the reading that occurs in the space of what happens as I'm reading. Yes. Thank you as well. Thank you as well, Tiff. How you doing today, Christy? Ella, this resonates too. Time for a meeting. Sending you support, Ella. So I need to point out, Wild Guy, you're posting a lot of non sequiturs, and it's interesting too because you actually said I am listing, which I think you were trying to write listening, but it's interesting because listing is actually what happens to a boat that is starting to sink. So I'm going to respectfully ask that you work to right your ship if you're going to continue to comment in the chat space, which means making sure that what you're writing is clear and intelligible. If not, I am afraid I'm going to have to mute you. Thank you. Yes, I'm on the search for the vibes. Yes. It's like a care, yeah, it's like I care about the community, but that one mistake. But this is I need to point this out, right? And this is what you articulate upon. When we're in a healthy space, we're allowed to make mistakes. When we're in a healthy space, we can usually articulate that we're in a healthy space because mistakes are navigable. They're expected. They're not the space by which another person goes, oh goody, now I have something to hold on to project further upon how I feel about something. So that's what I said. Are you in a healthy space? Because if you made one mistake and another person won't let it go, that's a trauma environment, right? That's a trauma environment. Yes, exactly, Wild. You're listening to yourself. Like you are falling over yourself in the space by which you're not being intelligible. So I'm going to ask you again, right your ship if you're going to continue to communicate, or I'm going to have to mute you. Thank you for respecting the chat space. And the list, Priscilla, if you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Yes, you should use your own free will. That's why we have it. We're supposed to utilize it. You're so welcome, Alexandra. I know, it's hard. Listen, I can see the energy that you're in. It's hard not to internalize it. You know yourself. And that's why I was getting a lot of that flash dance energy. You know what you're good at. And again, being good at something is actually recognizing that you're not perfect at it. Like the space by which you know what you're doing and you're ready to learn, like that is literally you being a professional. The question you need to ask yourself is whether the energy around you is navigating situations with the professionality that you yourself are, right? Don't internalize, diagnose is what I keep on hearing. Yes. All right, we're going to continue right now. All right, if by any chance, hold on. Yeah, it's hard to care, but you have to care. No, I understand. And this is the thing about it. If your freedom of expression isn't hurting anyone, that's their responsibility. It's not yours, is what I keep on hearing. And a healthy space will welcome that freedom of expression. Yes. So yeah, Priscilla, if you send the donation and you're not here for the reading, you get put on the hold list. So at any time, you just need to come back and you just need to tell me the date that you were put on the hold list, and we'll be happy to honor the reading. I hope that clarifies, and thank you for asking that question. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person that we're reading for, and the other thing I'm going to tell you right now, and it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing, and especially it's coming strongly from one of your guides, right? Like, it should not make you feel like your self-esteem needs to go through the tumble dry every time you're in a location. That's not healthy. Like, that is literally the context of a trauma environment, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you, dear. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Lucy. Lucy, if you're here, can you please respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Before we continue right now, we're going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And my friends, we are already at 33.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. In the meantime, I'm going to pin up Lucy. Guys, make sure to give Lucy some love. Navigating work transitions. 3 cards, please. Highest priority messages. This feels like a big move. But it feels like a big move, but it feels like there's something positive on the other side of it. So the one thing I want to identify, and I can see why there might be some kind of anxiety point here, is I feel like I see some kind of situation by which you're navigating a state that's going through some kind, I keep hearing it's going through growing pains. And like, I feel like that is like, I see a situation, like I want to describe, I want to describe the situation I'm seeing to help amplify or articulate like something that's happening around you. You know, I want to describe, I see a situation by which one place, like one person or something is trying to articulate that if it's not, like, I see somebody saying, like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Like the modality by which somebody articulates that says, you know, we don't want to rock the boat. And I keep on hearing somebody say, if we don't rock the boat will sink, is what I keep on hearing. Like the modality, like I don't know why I just keep on hearing that. It's saying to me, because I keep on hearing, like, I literally see somebody trying to articulate to another person that says, like, it's working through a stagnation state, which is the modality of understanding that everything is constantly changing. And the ability to effectively, the ability to get ahead of changes is how we energetically stabilize through them, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that is that it does, like, I want to describe what I feel like I see that's happening right now is I keep on hearing a growth, like an expansion and a rift is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing like an expansion and a rift because somebody feels like the growth is a grift, is what I keep on getting around something, which is like, this is why I can see you like in the middle of something being like, you know what I mean? Like I see you being like this, you know, like just like watching something back and forth, like a tennis match, which is like, I understand, like I see you being like, I understand everybody's position in this, right? Like it's a lot of that type of energy that I see is happening around you. I feel like the best thing that you can do right now is act as a facilitator. You know, and the thing with, and I like to point out the way that we effectively act as a facilitator, and a healthy facilitator articulates and tells each other what's actually happening, right? The ability of giving someone, I keep wondering, giving someone the full, we don't need to know, I keep wondering, and we also don't need to know what's going to happen. We just need to know what we will do in any eventuality that something does happen, is what I keep on hearing. There's something really important about that as well. The modality by which I keep on hearing stability is not found, it's spoken. Stability is not found, it's spoken. And the ability to be able to anticipate what we can expect, and the ability to articulate to others the shape of what's ahead is the greatest stability that we can give. And if something, and I want to stress this, if something isn't doing that, that is the source of the instability. Don't stay in a place that makes you feel like you have to hang on to the edge of your seat. Like that's the overarching message that I see coming through in this reading, because it's not necessary, right? And the modality by which, and I keep on hearing often, the modality by which energy feels like they're holding on to the edge of their seat. Like I keep on hearing, it's great. It's great in a movie theater. It's not great in a work environment. It's great in a movie theater. It's not great in a movie. It's not, no drama, right? Drama-free zone, right? It's not, I keep on hearing, it's not need to know. It's you deserve to know. And I keep on hearing, if it feels like somebody's doing that, then that can be your sign to go. That's all you need to know, right? The modality by which I keep on hearing, like observing how easy it can be to prepare someone for any eventuality. Recognize if someone's doing you that courtesy. Because I keep on hearing, that's the courtesy. That is the sound of someone looking out for your best interests, right? Somebody giving you the clarity of what to expect in any eventuality, that is the sound of someone looking out for your best interests. And if someone's not doing you that courtesy, if that's the energy that says, I don't know, but stick around to find out, that is an impossible situation to ask someone to maintain. And not only is it impossible, wildly unnecessary. That is literally the sound of someone asking you for too much, right? Stick around and I'll show you is no context by which to help to build a healthy work relationship. Bottom of the deck, yeah, right? The modality of understanding that we have, like, it's not good for, like, not recognizing, even in the space by which, and I just keep on hearing the same thing. And do you notice how I'm clearing through this reading? I just keep on hearing the same message. We don't need to know what is happening to articulate a plan for any eventuality. And the modality by which, and I keep on hearing, if someone doesn't want to do that, It's because they're literally not promising that something will be okay, is what I keep on seeing. It's okay. It's okay for you to go away if someone is not doing you the benefit of being able to assure you that something's going to be okay, right? So be like, and I keep on hearing it is not, and I keep on hearing it's not about loyalty. It's about, I keep on hearing it's about the care that we put, the care, and I want to describe this. Loyalty is found when you say, I guarantee you, I am looking out for your best interests, right? Loyalty is earned in the space of another person saying, this is what's going to happen if this happens. This is what's going to happen if this happens. Loyalty is being able to articulate to someone what they can expect, even if the outcome is not ideal. Right? That's what actual loyalty is. Loyalty is not, don't let somebody try to tell you that loyalty is just sticking around even though they refuse to tell you what's going to happen. And if you cared about them, you would just stick around. Loyalty is the modality by which another person says, I understand the difficult situation I'm putting you in. So I'm going to tell you what you can reasonably expect, even if that outcome is not ideal. Loyalty is the honesty that we give to each other about circumstances. It's not the space by which you say to someone, if you are loyal, you'll stick around to find out. That's not loyalty. That is somebody literally creating a trauma environment, right? It's literally someone being like, I want you to just run around in the dark. I want you to run around in the dark. And if you don't, you're energetically abandoning something. That is not the condition by which we build into a healthy relationship. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, and I feel like that might be a conversation that you need to have with another as it relates to their own, because I keep on hearing, nobody wants to feel like they're operating off of another's whims. But often those who are operating things on whim will try to create the false reality that loyalty means just sticking around for their whims. That's not what loyalty is all I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. It's, whose cards are these? Nikki, all your cards are coming out already. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You're welcome, dear. I hope those messages helped. And bear with me a moment. Queen, good to see you today, dear. Yeah. Good afternoon, Heather. Superior. We're doing personal readings right now. If you want to get on the list, you can get on the list. We do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love readings. If you have information that you feel is relevant for our reading, you can include like a dream that you need interpreted, or a past life you want more information on. You can include those notes in the donation. You can include that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Excellent. And Nurse, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. You're so welcome, Lucy. Inside outside tea on the disco. Very intriguing. How are you doing today, Florence? Guys, please remember, legitimate readers will not ask you to message them for readings. And remember, this is my only site. And if you want to book a private reading with me, I will never reach out to you for a reading. And if you want to book a private reading with me, the only way to book a private reading with me is on my site. Thank you for the follow, Florence. All right, let's continue right now. We've got Nikki up next. Inside outside tea. I'll have to figure out what that means in a minute. Okay. And Florence, I'm happy to read for you. These are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to send a donation, I'll be happy to draw cards for you. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 for non-subscribers, and you'll find the links to be able to send the donations in my bio. Okay, thank you. All right. Probably, yeah, like probably inside tea. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar energy. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. And let me just pull up Nikki's question. I need to take a moment to assess, because we've got an inside outside tea situation here. So I need to assess the quality of the tea. I need to do a tea check to see I need to see what tea is appropriate to be spilt. Hold on a minute. Discretion tea. Yes, discretion tea. Recession tea. All right. Okay. Yes. 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 Mm. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's why these cards are flying all over the place. Okay. Can I get one more, please? So there is a really big trust wound here. And the hard part about the trust wound that I'm seeing is that you're not the one that effectively caused the wound in the first place. And this is the hard part when we're working on healing a trust wound, is when we're healing, it's interesting because you see, even when I was trying to say that, when we're trying to heal it, all we can hear is the trauma in our head that says you're being an idiot. And I don't like to throw that word around, but that is the force. Like, that is the force of the work that another individual is trying to facilitate in trying to heal a trust wound that another person put in them. The modality of someone that cannot shake the feeling of being energetically violated again is what I keep on getting. And the hard part about it, and this is what's so painful about navigating a trust wound, is when we get hurt once, right? It's a failure point of discernment. It's never a failure point in trusting. It's never a failure point in trusting. It's discernment. But it rattles us. It does a number on our ability to trust, because we're constantly, right? And this is what we have to heal from. We're constantly questioning another person's motivations and intentions, is what I keep on seeing. Like, and I see somebody working through the space right? Like this says to me, like somebody who went through a wound by which everything was fine until they realized everything that they thought was fine was a lie. Everything they thought was fine, that turned out to be a lie, is what I keep on seeing. And it's amplified. And the hard part is, and I need to stress this, when we are trying to heal this, and there is the addition of distance that is added in the midst of trying to heal that trust wound, it is the hardest, right? It is the hardest circumstance to navigate, because when we're not in proximity, all we have, I keep wondering, when we're not in proximity, the lie becomes very convincing, right? The lie, and I keep on getting not the lie that's happening, the lie that the trauma is trying to dictate is occurring, right? The lie that tries to say it's happening again, right? You're foolish to trust this, right? What makes you think that this can be good? And so I feel like I see a lot of these modalities by which this person is becoming very heavily triggered. And in the modality by which they're working through those triggers, the way that we usually have to fortify through them is the space by which you say, it's not enough for you to love me. I need you to trust me. It's not enough for you to love me. I need you to trust me. Which means, and the way that we can usually fortify that is being like, has there ever been, right? And this is often how we can help each other kind of walk back when we feel triggered. Has there ever been a circumstance or situation by which you have shown that person that you weren't being 100% honest with them? And if the answer is no, then you have to articulate to them and say, okay, do you see how the trauma from the past is interfering on the present connection? Do you see how the fears that you're carrying in are creating the anxiety point in relationality to fearing something that you don't see as effectively evident? And it's hard because we all go through those modalities, right? We all go through those moments by which the reality of the past feels like it's happening. And our own ability, and I think that it's hard too, because I feel like even in the context by which our ability to effectively dispel that is often the space by which we have to take logical approaches in relationality to working through our energetic feelings. And I think the first thing that you need to articulate to someone is when we articulate, and this is really important, when we articulate that we want to leave a situation and we've experienced a lot of trauma, you're watching, I keep on hearing someone that says, that's like working through the motions of saying, I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna hurt me first, is what I keep on hearing, right? Someone being like, I'm gonna hurt me first, right? Look how fast I can break this. And that's what happens. Like, and I want you to understand this. And I think that like the modality by which you recognize, and I think that this is something that you can mutually agree upon with them. The modality by which we try to walk away from something is often the space by which we feel that we can't hurt any, like we can't, that we're hurting too much to tolerate it. But the space by which we say, but that's the thing, that's the important thing, right? And I feel like that's what you need to articulate, is the moment by which they're trying to walk away because something is happening by which you're intentionally hurting them, right? The modality by which they're articulating that they're walking away because you're hurting them in a way, and they've expressed to you, like, and I want to point this out, the only time, okay, the only time, and you can write this down, the only time that it is okay to walk away from a situation is the modality by which we articulate to another that something they are doing is hurting us, and we ask them to stop, and another person energetically persists after we have communicated that we are experiencing pain in whatever it is that they're doing, that is the modality by which it is okay to walk away from something. Because in the modality by which we walk away is the space by which we say, I have expressed to you that this is hurting. I have asked you to stop doing the thing that's hurt me. And because that has not occurred, I'm now going to put distance here for the sense of my own stability. We cannot walk away. The thing we have to be wary of is when we walk away and we're holding ourselves energetically hostage. And when we're holding energetically hostage, we say, I'll show you, I'll hurt me first, right? The modality by which we literally remove our situation in the context of saying, look how quickly I can hurt myself. Look how quickly I can energetically damage something. And that the modality by which we recognize that that's often the characteristic that we bring to situations that articulates our self-sabotage can be the moment by which you have to say, are you articulating that you're leaving because I am causing pain in a way that I'm not going to directly stop doing something? Or is this a modality by which you're self-sabotaging by saying, I'm going to hurt me first? Because what happens is we have to work to alleviate that, because often energy that navigates that doesn't recognize that they're replicating past situations or past traumas in the space of saying, like the space by which we walk away from something where we feel like we're hurting ourselves, but we're hurting another in the process of our absence. So I feel like there's something about making sure that you're having a healthy conversation with someone in relationality to their tendency to do that. And in the space that they articulate, that they recognize that it is acting as a block, to be able to say, what can we do instead of that? When you're feeling like that, what can we do that will alleviate the energetic pressure rather than creating a deeper rift between us? Because I keep on getting that the energy that of you and another person together should be precious. But I'm identifying that there's all of this buildup and there's all of this expectation of things that need to be energetically addressed when you're in contact with one another. So that ability, I feel like a lot of the work that you need to do right now in a relationship is finding ways of having more frequent energetic check-ins, right? Which is the modality by which you just check with each other and say, like, are we good? Are we in a good place today? How are we energetically feeling? And even in the modality by which things can come up, right? And I want to say this, the space by which we articulate that something is bothering us, it's not enough to say that something bothered us. We have to come with directions on what we would rather have done. So those are the two things I think that need to be entered into this situation. One, the rule that one cannot articulate that something bothers unless one is able to articulate upon how one would prefer it addressed, right? Not creating an electric fence within a relationship. I like to describe when we only talk about what bothers us, but we don't talk about what we would prefer. We basically create like an invisible electric fence in relationship that can create a lot of anxiety, because it's the energy that says, I won't tell you what to do, but I'll just tell you when you've overstepped. We never want to have an invisible electric fence in our relationship, which is the modality by which we identify and say, hey, that bothered me. Next time, could you do this instead? Right? Not working into the space of articulating the unknown violation, but the ability of being able to articulate upon what we would prefer done is how we heal the relationship, while also making an energetic rule in relationality to walking away from things and saying we cannot walk away from things, because the walking away is the expectation that another person will still be there when one comes back. So it's okay to say, I need 5 minutes, right? It's okay to say, I need an hour to compose myself. It's not okay to disappear and another person not to come back, because you're literally creating an abandonment wound in the process of dealing with an argument. It's not okay to create abandonment wounds in situations, which is the modality by which you say, there's a problem here, and another person says, see how fast I can run, right? The understanding of saying that problems do not create the anxiety of leaving, but the ability by which we say, okay, we're going to sit down until we sort through this. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, and again, especially, I need to point this out, especially with the Fool energy in its reversal. It's giving me a lot of, it's giving me a lot of, I'll hurt me first, right? And that's what's so painful in the modality of working through something. We never want to see, we never want to see the modality of those that we care about in pain. So even in the space by which another person is like, I keep on hearing, we don't create the context by which we feel we have to energetically chase after one another to be able to show how much we feel and we care. And so the modality by which, I feel like your own understanding, like I see you connecting to this person deeply and understanding that they don't necessarily mean to hurt you in the capacity that they feel that inclination. I often see it with those who carry a lot of Sagittarian placements. This is something that's very hard for those with Sagittarian placements. It can also be hard for those, like it's that moving, trying to move out of blast radius to a certain extent. And I think that, and I want to point this out, and this is what I keep on saying. It's okay, right? If you're in a modality by which you literally don't feel like you can energetically control yourself, and you need to put distance from something in order to energetically settle down, that's totally appropriate, but you always put it on a timeline, is what I keep on hearing. That's what I meant in saying I need 5 minutes before I can continue this conversation. I need an hour, right? It's okay to calibrate during an argument, but the difference between a calibration point and an abandonment moment is the difference between saying to each other, can we just put a pin in this because I'm not in the right headspace to continue, right? In which we say, we will come back to this in a moment once I get my bearings, versus the energy saying, I'm out of here, right? And the hard part is sometimes someone moves away from something because they need to calibrate, but because they don't articulate that they're calibrating, the counterpart experiences it as an abandonment wound. So potentially articulating and saying, like, look, even if you need to walk away from something at a moment that you feel like you can't take it, it's okay, but you have to communicate that that's happening, right? Being like, I'm calibrating. I'll be back. I need to get in a better headspace before I can continue. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing a giveaway today. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also just a reminder, if anybody would like to get on the list right now, we do here life path readings, highest priority messages from spirit, dream interpretations, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic readings, mind, body, spirit readings, and love readings. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Yes. Thank you as well, Tiff, for receiving these messages. Yeah. Thank you as well for confirming. And here's the thing about it. Sometimes, like, it's okay if we feel activated in a conversation, right? And that's what I mean. Like the modality by which we say to each other, we have to pause for a minute. I'm feeling this has got me very triggered, right? Like allowing the space of being able to to move something back into a state of calmness before we proceed. Like that's how we can work through it, but not the space by which we articulate, like not allowing it to reach the breaking point of saying like, I need to get away from this without explanation, right? Definitely. Yes, clarifying with them, when can we talk about this before walking away? Exactly. Like, are you walking like if you need time, we articulate and say like, look, I care about this, but I need time, not I'm out of here. Exactly. And thank you for those gifts, dear. Hi there, JB. That resonates. The way I block and run when I get, and we all have these tendencies. Like, look, I've got lots of Sag placements. I'm very like I've had those moments. You know, I'm out of here. You know, like the modality by which we work through something, but like the ability to effectively identify and saying to somebody like, look, I'm really like, ugh, I don't feel comfortable here, right? Something about the ability to just articulate upon the state instead of reacting to it allows us, and the problem is, I like to point this out, it happens a lot with Cancer placements and Sag placements, right? That when we close ourselves off, we miss the healing moment, right? We leave when we're triggered and we miss the opportunity to heal because we leave in the triggered state and then we miss all the healing that was about to happen if we were just able to stick through, right? If we were just able to stick through the energetic discomfort that we were feeling around a circumstance or situation. Yeah. And thank you, dear. Mm-hmm. Well, and again, I feel like it really is like, especially if you're noticing that there's that repetition, being able to say to someone, like recognizing and saying, like, look, this is the pattern that we found ourselves in. What can we do to build a healthier pattern? Right? Especially if it feels like I keep on the thing we always want to avoid is feeling like we're having the same argument over and over again. And the way that we break the pattern of an unhealthy argument is by bringing new tools to it. Yeah. I hope that helps, dear, and thank you for sharing those messages and wishing you so much support on that journey. Excellent. And thank you, Caitlin, for the follow, and thank you as well, um, Dinu, for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please let me know. Okay. I just really think it's well, and here's the thing, okay, like, and that's what and the space by which the ability to identify and say, I'm not okay with this. I'd like to find something better, a better way to navigate that. We like the work needs to be mutual, right? Everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. So the ability to say to someone like, this is, and I keep on hearing, not being like, you do this, you do that. How can we do something better? What can we do better in that moment, right? Like articulating how you would energetically aspire that to go next time. Not just, I keep on hearing, not just sweeping it under the rug, because if you sweep it under the rug, you're going to trip over it later. Thank you again, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. We're going to continue right now. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments as well. The next person that we're reading for today, the list is now open. I'm still looking for Ava. And if Ava's not here, the list is now open. You'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to get started on 1-card readings for subscribers now. If you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a superfan, your superfan status makes you eligible for a 1-card, so you can also put your question in the comments. And if you are a superfan who would like an animal spirit guide card pulled on top of your 1 card, just go ahead and recharge your heart needs, and that will also make you eligible for the 1 card. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, I have 3 spots available today before the list will be closed, and you will be the next person read for a full reading. Okay. How you doing, Figs? 2 cards on counterpart, please. For Bridget. I see somebody putting active change into creating the environment by which they're hoping to find counterpart. It feels like a huge change. Like I see somebody that's like when I say somebody is turning their whole life around, like I just keep on seeing like this is someone turning their life around for healthy partnership. And I don't feel like I see somebody in a rush on it. Yeah, like it feels a lot like it's giving me a lot of energy of someone that is committed to these changes, um, because like it's saying to me like it's like it's giving me a lot of that like if I create it, I know I will bring it towards me, right? Like it feels like somebody that is really like I keep on hearing like rebuilding their life from scratch or taking like some kind of new approach to something. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with that hawk energy, it says to me like I feel like it's like somebody who identified an incongruity in relationality to what they sought to find versus where they were. Like it really does feel like someone going through a maturation process. But I keep on getting the maturation process um, has to do with the ability to actually have a life that allows them to have some time to actually build a relationship. Because I keep on hearing something about what they were doing was like the relationship that was like forced to sit on the sidelines of something that was taking up like every waking moment is what I keep on hearing. That's what I totally it almost feels like somebody who like considers it like it almost feels like they're retiring early is what I keep on seeing. Ivana, I got you, dear. Ivana, why 2 cards? I had Bridget. Sorry, I apologize. I had Bridget as the second highest gifter today, and Heather. I just want to clarify that before we draw. 1 card for Heather, please. Um, I've got this is saying to me like there's something about this in relationality to working through the context of like I keep on hearing like this is you looking at the past through new eyes is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the chariot energy. Um, I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're having like it almost feels to me like the observation that when we hold our standards higher, we sometimes lose the relationships by which we feel like we feel like another person was energetically taking advantage of us, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the bull energy. I keep on hearing someone say those standards look good on you, right? Like healthy energy is going to celebrate the fact that you have standards. They're not gonna they're not gonna take your standards personally, is what I keep on seeing. 1 card regarding that dream last night. Really, you guys do this. The 1 cards with the dreams, man. 1 card with the dream is so difficult. Um, it's speaking like here's the thing about it. The thing I keep on hearing is that you can walk and chew gum. Like that is the worst part I keep on getting. And this is why like choice like this is ridiculous like the space but and this is what often happens with a maturation cycle like the modality by which another person says you have to choose is exactly the context by which they cannot be there for our everything, right? The modality by which another person looks at the life that we're trying to create with them, like make it make sense. When somebody is literally in the context of trying to create a life for another person, and they say, you have to choose that life or me, this is why they can't follow us into our everything, because it's a modality by which they should have never looked at it as a choice in the first place, right? The modality of understanding that like I keep on hearing, our manifestations don't require a choice unless we're too deeply invested in our ego, right? And this is why, like, it's giving me, like, again, blank. This is why some energy can't have nice things, because often, like, what happens in the modality by which something wonderful happens, that's inclusive of them, and then they go, oh, it's me against that, it's me against the gift that you're trying to give me, right? Like, being like, but it doesn't have to be like that. It doesn't, like, the God, like, again, like that's what makes the angels weep, right? Because the angels weep because it's like you didn't, like, it was happening for you, it wasn't happening to you, it was happening for you. And it's like, it feels like somebody who got too deep in their ego to be able to move towards the best thing that could have happened for both of you, because all they could see was the fact that they, like, all they could see was something, like that, it tearing you away from them, instead of something that they could have walked into with you, is what I keep on getting. You know, it's heartbreaking to read for. But I keep on hearing healthy energy will never, I keep on hearing healthy energy will never see your success as a violation. Fig, hold on a minute. Highest priority for Fig, please. I feel like you're doing a lot of work in terms of building strength. I keep on hearing you should be very proud of yourself. You know, I think that I just see you kind of working in the space of, like, being very protective. And it feels to me like I've got a lot of ancestral energy that's indicating they have your back in that capacity. Yeah, Page of Wands, right? I know that you're really hard on yourself about something. But I keep on getting the messages, like, I just keep on getting the message that your ancestors are proud of you. You know, animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the seal energy, right? You're helping another person identify how precious they are, and the space by which I keep on seeing, the space by which we honor each other is the space by which we honor. I keep on hearing, even if our journeys are difficult, they're precious. And I keep on hearing, like, the modality by which you keep on instilling to another person how precious they are is the greatest gift that you can give to another person. I got you, Nikki. Highest priority, please. Particularly with the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal, everything is possible. The work needs to be mutual, right? The ability, like, I keep on hearing, the ability of building into healthy communication is in the space by which we articulate. I keep on hearing, we don't say what's happening, we ask what's happening, is what I keep on seeing. We get invested in understanding what is going on in the modality by which something feels like it gets off the rails, right? Is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, it almost says to me, like the ability, to almost pause and be like, I just want to point out we're doing it again, is what I want to point out. Like, the modality of saying, like, look, we're about to repeat an unhealthy cycle between us is often the way that that we can break the cycle, right? We're about to, like, literally the space by which is say, okay, look, we have to, I just want to point out we're moving back into. So the first thing you have to do is recognize the unhealthy cycle that you're working to resolve, which is the modality of potentially saying, like, look, I want to call your attention to something that we keep doing, right? And that's not the space by which you say, it's not trying to put fault on it, being like, what can we do to interrupt that energetic cycle, to do something different, right? Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the boar energy, it's hard, right? Because it requires us to step out of our comfort zone, right? It's not, and I keep wondering, when we're trying to do something different, we don't defend our stance. I feel like you have to write that down. When we're trying to do something different, we don't defend our stance, which is the modality by which we say, it's not me, it's you. Being like, what can we both be doing differently? How can we both, like, what can I change? How can I change in that moment to make you feel comfortable? What can you do and this is what you can do for me to make me feel more comfortable. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. Third time getting the blank one. And the blank one is not a bad one to get, honestly. You know? Hi there, Glam. How are you doing, Glam? Good to see you today. You're welcome, Julia. Oh, we got to 50K. Wonderful. Thank you. Excellent. Hi there, dear. It was beautiful. I got you. One card, highest priority for good, please. You got two cards coming out. You are not cake. Not everyone deserves a slice. You know? And the modality, like the modality by which another person starts to compare what one person receives versus them is often the amplification on why, like why usually articulates why they're receiving like so little from us in the first place. Right? We don't demand each other's energy. We appreciate what we appreciate what we receive, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the seal energy. I feel like there's something, it feels like there's something really important there in relationality to, I keep on seeing like in relationality to working through the context of like it almost feels like a conversation that you need to have with another person about their fickleness, is what I keep on seeing. And the thing is, the hard part about, I keep wondering, like the hard part about being fickle is that like the space that we're fickle is often the space by which energy becomes exhausted, right? Like it's the space by which we become exhausted in terms of not like wanting to have to go through something that creates like, that makes it like, I feel like everything is an energetic hurdle, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the modality by which we recognize, like the worst thing that occurs is the modality by which someone tries to energetically circumvent because we're being energetically fickle, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like there's something important in relationality to that, particularly and especially as it relates to situations or circumstances that make you feel like you're doing all the heavy lifting. You know, like it says to me, like, and I like to point this out, responsible energy shares burdens, right? It is all I keep on seeing. It's not the space by which we like, and often, and like, and I like to point out, like, it's giving me the vibe of someone who's fickle, but then always articulating the fact that they're available for something, but they're not, because they've made it clear that they're fickle. So it's like the space by which the energy is like, You can't be in the space by which you're fickle, and then you're surprised that others don't want to like put you on, like put things onto you, because it's a space by which you identify the fact that the fickleness is the energetic hurdle. So I keep on hearing you can't be fickle and then be upset when you're not, like when you're not energetically a part of something, because it's the reliability that we build that becomes the fabric of responsibility. It was a very nuanced message coming through there. I feel like that's you having to explain that to someone, it's like a conversation you have to have with someone in relationality, to recognizing the power of personal responsibility, right? That's like acting with integrity. Ivana, I don't know why. Hold on. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know why they would ask for 2 cards. Wait, so instead of the animal card, it was 2 normal. Wait, what? I'm happy. Wait, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Yeah. Okay. So you're asking for an angelic 1 card, right? Okay. I just want to be clear. Okay. I want to make sure we're on the same page. Yes. May I please get 1 card, highest priority? I got you, Glam. 1 second, please. Okay. Yeah, this is saying to me, like, I feel like I see you, um, like doing something for yourself or taking some time for yourself. Um, I keep on hearing, like, it almost feels like you have to explain to someone that you have a personal life. It's funny too, because like it's giving me this, like, I keep on hearing the song Waiting by the Phone, right? Like it says to me, like it says to me, like it says to me, like you can't be in the space by which another person never has time for you until the moment that they energetically need you, right? Like I keep on hearing the same thing, which is like being happy to help, but also deserving, yeah, like also deserving a little bit of a heads up is what I keep on seeing, right? Like having an understanding in relationality to what you can reasonably expect around a situation, you know? No, it's okay, Ivana. I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Yes. Oh, and so yeah, hold on a moment. And this is, and what's interesting, yes. Hold on, Glam. Yes. Alexandra, 1 card on that person coming up. The thing I'm seeing in relationality to that person coming up is like, I feel like it's giving you a sense of perspective on something, you know? Like there's something there in relationality to, and it's interesting that you utilize the term filtered, because it almost feels like the space by which another person feels like eager to give another an unsolicited opinion is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, right. I want to point this out. Like the modality by which another person gives an unsolicited opinion, and then you having to look at them and being like, why are you obsessed with me? Like the modality, like again, like it's almost like somebody who like over scrutinizes something, right? Like the over scrutiny that often articulates the fact that another person can't help, like too much concentration on someone, it's like it's weird energy. And yeah, again, the frog energy, like the space by which another person seems way too overly energetically invested on things that have like absolutely nothing to do with them. is often articulating the fact, like it's almost like articulating the fact that they're overly focused upon us, right? So I feel like there's something about that, particularly as it relates to someone, and I like to point, I don't mean this in any way to try to say that it's okay, but healthy energy that has never learned to give a compliment will often try to give a criticism to articulate the fact that they're energetically interested in someone. I'm not saying that in any way to make that okay, but it feels like I keep on hearing like one of your guides say, it's interesting, isn't it? Yes. I'm a limited edition cake. I love that. Good vibes. One moment, please. Got it. It's hard out here. Why can't sending you support. Good to see you, Esteban. All right, so yeah, thank you for that info. It's true. They're being fickle. Oh, sending you support on that. Yeah, I'm like, I'm busy here. I need my one card. Sorry. So we're okay. I just want to be clear. So we are okay. So Ivana, we're doing a one card angelic. I just want to confirm. Yes, Esteban, one card on love, please. You're welcome. Um, healthy energy. Healthy energy wants to see you in a healthy place, is what I keep on seeing. Like, I don't know what it is that you're working to heal from. Like, and I want to point this out, like the conversation of another person, like when someone's too deep in their headspace, the articulation is saying to another person, I don't feel like you're obsessed with me enough, is not healthy, because it's the modality. I keep on hearing, like, not coming into a relationship with someone that's and when somebody hasn't healed their relationship to silence, this often can happen because it's a modality by which everything's fine and we think something's fine, but then another person that's like losing their mind in the fine silence that we feel that we have with another, right? Bottom of the deck, yeah, with the King of Cups and its reversal, right? Like we can we can be we can be energetically reliable in relationality to kind of working through something and like building into the context of like what feels energetically healthy. But like it says to me, like make sure that you're not getting into the space with someone who like constantly like articulates the fact that they feel lonely but then are not there when you yourself need that same balm. Like it says to me, like reciprocity, like it's I feel like you're doing a lot of work in the healthy reciprocity of a relationship, which is the understanding of not weapon I keep hearing not weaponizing silence. Yeah, like look at that. You know, when like the modality by which another person identifies that you're busy and that they're also busy is the space by which we navigate the silence from a state of like love and productivity. We don't take another person's silence personally, is what I keep on hearing. I got you, Ivana. No, it's okay. I think I was the one confused. All right. Um, it's interesting. It's interesting that you asked for two because there's a lot of energy. Like there's a lot of energy that I see that you're working through right now in relationality to, how do I describe this? It says to me, like, I don't know why this is coming through right now, but it feels very energetically connected, um, like to the dream space, which is, I keep on hearing the modality by which we don't give conflicting directions. is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the space by which we articulate one thing is making sure, like I keep on hearing, like making sure that our energetic directions are accurate. And I keep on hearing like it says to me it's working through the shape of the relationships that you're currently experiencing, particularly and especially with that 10 of wands and its reversal. Like I feel like this is a lot of the work that you're doing in relationality to healing from circumstances or situations. And I keep on hearing, and it's funny too that you use the word confused, because I keep on hearing, like, I feel like the guides are trying to show you experiences or episodes in your past and saying to you, confused or confusing, right? Confused or confusing. And the reason I feel like they're kind of showing you that, animal spirit guide, the bee, is if you're in a space by which you're navigating and you recognize that you have good direction sense, right? When you know yourself, when you're seeing how well things can move with someone that wants to, when you see how quickly you can move with energy that wants to move smoothly with you, it helps you understand that confusing energy will often make us feel like, will spin us around and make us feel energetically confusing, and then articulate that we are the ones that are confused in the process of them doing that work, right? Like, and that's what I keep on hearing in terms of like bringing that question forth in terms of some of the things that are arriving in your dream space, confused or confusing, which is saying, were you the confused one in that situation, or were they being confusing? Were they doing things that's only manifestation goal was to confuse you so that it felt like, I keep on, so that it felt like you needed to lean into someone for energetic stability? Yep. And it's interesting because I keep on, like, that was coming through heavy in that reading. Minnie, one card on how I will find my soul family this year. What a beautiful question. Can I please get a card for Minnie in relationality to that question? I feel like you're actively doing it. And I think the thing about it is you find it by walking away from those that are not it. You know? The modality by which I almost see like the space by which, like, and I think it's hard, like especially with this five of wands and it's upright. You know, it says to me, like, I see you moving away from some kind of unnecessary temperamentality, is what I keep on seeing. Or like working through, like, it's like working through another's volatility. And especially like, you know, I feel like it's like, I almost feel like I almost see you having a conversation in which you kind of articulate to another person. Like, and like, you know, I almost hear you saying to someone like, I don't let people speak to me like that anymore. You know what I mean? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the swan energy, right? Like your ability, like you holding yourself in preciousness is your compass, right? Like often the modality by which you say to another person, like, I'm not going to be present to be treated like that, right? Like the modality by which I keep on hearing, like you can respectfully say to someone, you know, with all due respect, I don't think that that's, like, I don't feel energetically inclined to be treated like that. Like that modality of recognizing what the shape of that work is, I keep on hearing, you're not going to have to correct. You're not going to have to correct the behavior of your energetic soul family. They're going to respect you for who you are and how you feel, right? It's not, I keep wondering, it's not going to be a constant argument in relationality to another person, like articulating or demanding something from you. is what I keep on hearing, right? And I keep on hearing even in the space by which is, even by the space by which you can, it's not, and I keep on hearing, it's not conflict avoidance. It's saying to me, it's energy that navigates conflict with a sense of proportionality is what I keep on hearing. Like even in conflict, there's productivity is what I keep on getting. Oh, one card plus animal. She thought that meant two. Oh, I understand. Thank you for there you go. Fig was able to just clarify. I understand now. How are you doing, Yaz? Good to see you. And thank you, Channeling, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Johnny, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Actually, the list is closed. All right. Final call. And China, thank you for the follow, dear. Hold on a minute. Hi there, Evan. You're welcome. Wait, that was for me. Yes, you're welcome, Esteban. Ivana, yep, I got you, dear. Yeah, the live keeps freezing. It's okay. So, Alexandra, if you go over to the place where we keep the videos, the live should be fine there. Okay. Okay. And Chrissy, one card on connection, please. It feels like the energy of someone that's like trying to bring new standards to situations. Like it feels like somebody trying to articulate or do something in a better way. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the King of Swords, you know? And it feels like somebody reassessing hard advice that they received, right? I almost see somebody kind of going through the Rolodex of their memory, remembering some kind of moments by which another person said, like, I'm trying to tell you something that's difficult because I care about you, right? Like I keep on hearing healthy energy tries to facilitate hard conversations because the modality by which we say, like, look, I would rather have a hard conversation because I care about you than see you moving in a direction that I don't feel is healthy for you. You know, like I almost feel like I see somebody working through the wound of navigating the fact that they don't feel like they held the right energy close to themselves, you know? Betty, these are one card readings for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Yeah, I understand, Ella. That's really difficult. But I see here again, I feel like the energy that cares about you is going to honor the space that you need to do something. They're not going to perpetually interrupt you by trying to say that it's not important. And thank you again. That makes sense. You're welcome, Ivana. Thank you for confirming as well, Minnie. Yeah, Miaz, one card on locationality. Oh. What can I get in? Yeah, can I get some indications on the best place? It says to me, I keep on hearing healthy work-life balance, right? It says to me like something about, like it's feeling very communal. It's feeling to me like a place that like, and remember when I said the artisanal energy? So like artisanal energy is space that like a place that would honor artistry, right? The understanding of someone saying like we recognize and want to leave space for another person to be able to do the things that they need to do because we understand the gift that's happened. I keep on hearing something, an area that prioritizes slow craft is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, and slow craft is again like lost art energy. Someone trying to work into the space of preserving the time it takes to create something of artistry. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the blackbird, right? None of this like go, go, go. Something that encourages something to be energetically slower. You're so welcome, dear. Excellent. Ella, one card on writing path, please. This is saying with the Ace of Cups, working into the context of recognizing and identifying how one is working to do something, but not just how one is working to do something, the way by which I keep wondering, like getting yourself in the right headspace or getting yourself in the right effective energy to be able to work through something in a way that feels like it's an amplification. And I keep on hearing a little bit every day goes a long way. I keep on hearing that's your sacred space. Don't let anybody interfere with it. Yeah, you're going to have to carve out that energy for yourself, right? It's got to be the first thing you do, not the last thing you do. Animal spirit guide, yeah, right? You have to hold it preciously. You have to hold it preciously, is what I keep on seeing. Just as preciously as something that is necessary. All right, my friends, you're so welcome, dear. Thank you, Chrissy. You're so welcome, Minnie. All right, my friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads today. I want to thank you. Oh, we have to do the 50K giveaway. I'm going to do the 50K giveaway, and then we'll be concluding for the day. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 39. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posted. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, Julia, congratulations. You got it. All right, that will be available to you tomorrow. My friends, anyone who became a superfan today, I would like to welcome and invite you to head over to our superfan only disco channel. There you will find in the perks set, make sure that you introduce yourself to the collective. And in the perks section, you will find a special coupon code for our class subscription program. That our next class will be tomorrow. You still have time to sign up. If you're not a super fan and would like a coupon code, a smaller coupon code for that class, message me the word class from this live. And if you are if you'd like to have access to the disco channel, send me a disco gift. And if you'd like to learn more about the trip that we have planned for August, message me the word trip. I'll be back on tomorrow at our standard time. If you would like to be added for the list tomorrow, you can sign up today and you'll have an additional card tomorrow. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and spending your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. It was too dear. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Thank you so much for helping me be able to do what I do each day. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. I'm grateful for you as well. Take care, everyone.